how this plans has to be structured. In the first semester, we understood that only management and managerial functions are necessary for the purpose of organizational objectives achievement. But here now, by developing further, we'll be knowing how these objectives will be derived in any organization, and after that, we will also be knowing how these managerial functions are being carried out at different levels, on what basis, that we are going to discuss today. So to proceed further, this is what we mean by a vision, mission, goals, values. Vision is, I am trying to tell you in common language rather than very technical and highly professional managerial language based on the target audience. I am trying to bring it down to the common language. So in simple, vision is where you are going. Where you are going. Okay. What you want your mission to ultimately achieve after going there, or why you are going there. For you, your customers, and for your society, which way will be better. So that is vision for an organization. So basically remember, vision means where you are going. Then next comes mission. Mission is what you do now. You want to go, you have to go, already fixed. You are going somewhere. Okay. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to go there. So for that purpose, what you do now? What you do now? Suppose in a hot summer, if you have to travel, then you must take certain precautionary things like having a water bottle. If you have to go by walk, having an umbrella, like that, chapel, all these things you will be taking care. If it is rainy season, to protect you from rain or sudden rain or anything, you will be taking umbrella or otherwise raincoat. Like that you will be taking. You will be wearing a little bit warm clothes and all. So that preparation, because you know where you are going. Because while we are going to a movie theater, our preparation will be different. When we are going to university, our preparation will be different. When we are going to a park, our readiness will be different. Like that, because we know where we are going, the mission is how you are going to prepare to reach there. So that comes under mission. Goals. Goals are the tangible ways you will carry out your mission and progress towards your vision. So goals means we can say you are fixing the targets like, say, big distance is there, or park is, suppose in the vision, you are assuming that you are going to a relative's house. You are going to a relative's house. Accordingly, you prepared in the mission, in the goals. So now it is 10 o'clock. By 10:30, I should go to my brother's house. There I should pick up my brother. And by 11 o'clock, I must be there at a relative's house at the venue. Like that, in a tangible way or in quantitative terms, the goals will give you the pathway. Values. In these values, what you stand for. Beliefs through which you create and carry out your goals. So, while reaching your goal, how you are going there? Suppose you have to reach by 10:30, you have to reach your brother's house, you have to pick up him. So in that process, another 15 minutes time is there, but distance is 20 kilometers. How you are going to go there? Very rashly you are going to drive. In that rash driving, are you going to take care of only about yourself? Because while we are traveling on the road, it is not only we are traveling, it is also others. A wrong driving is not only create problem to us, but it also equally creates good number of problems to other passerbys also. So that is why in the process of achieving your goals, what value system you are going to maintain? What value system you are going to maintain? So these are all the things that we have to study in the forthcoming, say, 1.5 hours or so. So any explanation required for vision, mission, goals, and values? Because without understanding these, proceeding further is mere waste. You should have clarity about vision, mission, goals, and values. Again, I repeat, vision is where you are going. Suppose you want to go to your relative's house to attend a function. That is your vision. Mission, for that purpose, how you are preparing yourself. In a traditional way, you are dressing. In an ultra-modern fashion way, you are dressing. Like that, your mission. Your goal, it is in quantitative terms or in standardized terms. It will tell the action plan. So 10 o'clock, you have to start at your home. 10:15, at 10:30, you have to reach your brother's home. You have to pick up your brother, and therefrom, you should start to your venue, your relative's house. And by 11 o'clock, you should reach there. You should reach there. So the value is in the process of attaining the goals, what value system you are following. Because while you are traveling, it is not you alone traveling on the road. Many others also traveling. So because it is, you are a little bit late while starting itself, you are going with a rash driving, or that in that rash driving, you are taking care of others also, or you are worried about only your vehicle. So these are all going to be the things that need to be considered in values and value system of an organization. So this gives you the complete picture about reaching there. With simple example, in a small non-technical example, I try to bring the small differences between vision, mission, goals, and values to you. So any other explanation is required? Is it okay to proceed with? Okay. So again to start, because now we are entering into the corporate field, the business field. So far, whatever example I have taken, a small example from our life, we have taken, because management is essential not only for business organizations, for non-business organizations also it is essential. Not only for organizations, for individuals also, management is essential. Managing the things and management is essential. So now let us start the vision, how it is applicable in corporation, that is in business organization. So that is about corporate vision. So corporate vision will provide the purpose, direction, and motivation. Purpose, direction, and motivation. Say, in the previous example, while at the time of introducing vision, mission, vision, mission, goals, and values, I said that you want to go to your relative's house. But as you are aware, in business organization, every activity we do, there should be some logic behind it. There should be some purpose behind it. Because always business of business is business only. Okay? So that is why you are going to one destination, no problem. What is the purpose of going there? The direction you are taking, the motivating factors to go there or to achieve that purpose. So these things will be there in the corporate vision, because individual vision is different and corporate vision always linked with the organizational profits, organizational benefit, so on and so forth. So that is why vision is a short and inspiring statement of what your organization intends to become and to achieve at some point in future. So this was explained very clearly. Vision is a short and inspiring statement. It is a short statement, but highly inspiring statement for your organization. What your organization intend to achieve in the near future. So corporate vision may contain commitment to creating an outstanding value for customers and other stakeholders. Other stakeholders of the business organization means it is not only the customers, but the investors, the shareholders, the suppliers, the government, the employees of the organization. All these are the stakeholders of any organization. Or your vision may be developing a great new product. So, great new product which is helpful to the society. And of course, at the same time, you will do business with that also. But developing a great new product. In the recent past, when COVID attacked the world, many organizations put their vision to come out with a medicine. It may be like a vaccine or it may be like an injection or anything with a new product, with a new combination, developing a new product to overcome the bad effects of this COVID virus. So like that, your vision may be sometimes developing a great new product. Or in general, developing a great company itself. Great company means whatever you do, whatever activities you do in that company, that that are all going to be good. That is why it will make the company great. Then after vision, mission. The mission statement will tell you, because in vision you decided what you are going to do and what is motivating you to do, and you know the purpose, you know why you are doing it. So here, in order to do that, what is to be done, what to do, when to do, where to do, how to do, who has to do, and why we should do, already we understood. So mission statement gives answers to all these W's. W's means questions. What to do, when to do, where to do, who has to do, how to do. All these questions will be answered, and those answers will give you a direction to move further, to proceed further. So now, linking vision and mission. Linking vision and mission, corporate vision, corporate mission. So vision outlines what the organization wants to be or how it wants the world in which it operates to be. It is a long-term view and concentrates on the future. It can be a motivating one and is a source of inspiration. As an example for a vision, a charity working with the poor might have a vision statement like a world without poverty. This.
Good attendance. Attendance, LSA. You said to follow it. I have for only some days. I was absent for some since I was sick. So what I have to do the remaining attendance.
We'll see tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
So this linking vision and mission. Linking vision and mission. Coming to this vision, as already I said, there is interpretation in between. Some small interruption is there. In vision, it outlines what the organizations want to be or how it wants the world in which it operates to be. So for this, if you take a live thing, a charity, as an example, if you take for a vision, a charity working with the poor might have a vision statement like a world without poverty. A world without poverty. That is their tagline, like vision statement is like a tagline to the organization. Vision statement is like a tagline to the organization. Then coming to mission. Mission defines the fundamental purpose of an organization or an enterprise. It describes why it exists and what it does to achieve its vision. So why it exists and what it will do. Say for this purpose, if you take the same example, a charity working with the poor people, right? And vision statement, they gave just a world without poverty. But if you want to see the world without poverty, to eliminate poverty, it is not good to give 10 rupees, 20 rupees like that. Some donation is not good. We must say, as the Chinese proverb says, if you want real development from others, you should not give a fish to them, but you must make them learn how to catch a fish. So if you want to see a world without poverty, you must ensure that they are earning. So earning leads to purchasing power. Purchasing power makes them buy the requirements. By that, it eliminates the poverty. So if they want to have purchasing power, you have to provide jobs. Providing jobs for homeless and unemployed. Unemployed and homeless people, we are providing, these people are providing jobs. So then it automatically leads to a world without poverty. Okay. So same thing, further linked. A mission statement is a formal, short written statement of the purpose of a company or organization. The mission statement should guide the actions of the organization. So it spells out overall goal, the framework, all those things. So now, to sum up these things, vision is a big picture of what you want to achieve. Mission is a general statement of how you will achieve the vision. As we have taken the example, world without poverty, it is a big picture, but a small statement, but having big picture. World without poverty, how beautiful it is going to be. But mission, for that purpose, what you are going to achieve. You are going to achieve or you are going to provide employment for the unemployed and for the homeless. Okay, so by that, this vision can be achieved. Though in the process, as we are aware, the goals will be there. Goals will be like short-term activities to be achieved or the quantitative action plans. In that core values, core value is nothing but how you will behave during the process of achieving the mission and vision. Core values are how you are going to behave, how you will behave during the process of achieving the vision and mission. So, coming to core values, once you have identified what your organization wants to achieve, there is vision, and generally how the vision will be achieved, that is mission. The next step is to develop a series of statements specifying how the mission will be utilized to achieve the mission. So after that, the strategies based on your core value, based on core values, the strategies will be developed. Based on the core values, the strategies will be developed. Okay. Say if you take software organizations today, different software organizations are having different philosophies. Software company like an Indian MNC like TCS, it gives more employment, okay, but at the same time, comparatively, it will provide job security to the people. It may not give great or overnight increase the salaries, but over a period of time, it will honor the seniority, it will respect the talent, and moreover, once you join the TCS, their that value core value is to take care of the employee. But there are some other organizations. We cannot say one is right and one is wrong. Everybody is right in their way. There are some other organizations who will say hire and fire. Just you hire whenever necessary. If necessary, instead of 1 rupee, you pay 2 rupees, hire them. Once the work is over, fire them. Issue blue slip, pink slip, then send them out. Okay. But TCS is not like that. It will hire the people. Even sometimes projects are not sufficient, projects are not there also. They will hold you by paying you the minimum salary. Okay, but there are some organizations who may be paying double to this TCS, but you don't know when the pink slip will be issued to you. Okay, so based on your core value system, the core value system of the company, the strategies has to be formulated. Because we are studying strategic management, for that purpose, we tried to understand vision, mission, core values, so on and so forth. Okay? So why? Because based on your core value system, the strategies will be formulated. See, the Tata's strategy is different. Okay? Adani's strategy is different. Ambani's strategy is different. Like that, every business house will have their own core value system, their own value system. So what they believe, how they want to travel, accordingly, the strategies will be formulated. Accordingly, the strategies will be formulated. Okay. So strategies are one or more ways to use the mission statement in order to achieve the vision statement. Although an organization will have just one vision statement and one mission statement, it may have several strategies. Because for doing everything, there will be various alternatives. Various alternatives will be there. Definitely, for doing everything, various alternatives will be there. So, in the strategic option, for doing the same thing, different strategies you will be formulating. Okay. So, traditionally, also, in order to achieve some activity in Sanskrit, people used to say that Sama Dhyana Veda Dandopayam. So, in 4 different ways, you can achieve anything. If you want to get one person, if you want to get something done by the other person, you can use 4 different ways. Okay, you can praise that gentleman or that gentlewoman and make the things done, or you can give some incentive and make them work, or you can threaten them and you can make the things done, and or otherwise you can irritate them. Hey, you cannot do it, you cannot do it, like that, and we can make them do that work. Okay, so in the same way, for achieving the vision, mission is there, and based on that mission, your value system will be developed, and based on your value system, for achieving the same thing, different alternatives will be developed, and all those alternatives, after that evaluating those alternatives and to come out with the best alternatives, those all things will come in this strategic management. So then coming goals. Goals are the general statements of what needs to be accomplished to implement a strategy. Goals are the general statements of what needs to be accomplished to implement a strategy. Okay. Then the objectives. Objectives provide specific milestones line for achieving a goal. Say by the end of 2023, you must improve your sales by 5%. So this will become an objective because specific timeline is there by the end of 2023, and a specific achievement also there, 5% increase in sales. Okay. So after objectives, strategies, goals, objectives, and action plans. So these are specific implementation plans how you will achieve an objective. Okay. So in order to increase by 2023, by the end of 2023, in order to increase the sales by 5%, what are all you are going to do? On one hand, you are going to come out with different promotional activities. On the other hand, you are going to encourage your distribution network to convince the customers. On the other hand, you might be adding new features to your product. So all these are action plans. So to show you diagrammatically, to reach the vision, that is destination you want to reach at the end, through mission, strategy, and through execution. That is through all what we have seen. That is goals, objectives, action plans. So by executing those things, you are going to reach the destination. So now the concept of strategy in business. What is the concept of strategy in business? So to tell you in one line, Strategy refers to the long-term goal or roadmap of an organization. Long-term goal or roadmap of an organization. Okay. And how it plans to reach them, or the path the organization will take towards attainment of its goals. And on the other hand, tactics are there. Tactics are the specific set of actions to reach the organizational goals or strategy. See, this strategy is a broad basic plan. It is a broad outline or long-term roadmap which helps you to take your organization from where you are to where you want to go, or what you want to achieve. Then to continue with the concept of strategy generally involves setting goals and priorities, determining actions to achieve the goals, and mobilizing resources to execute the actions. Strategy generally involves setting goals and priorities, determining actions. So everything you are only doing, you are setting the goal. In that also you are setting the priorities. What come first, what come next, and determining the actions in order to achieve those goals, and mobilizing resources. Why? Because in order to do all these activities, you need resources. Resources like the financial resources, human resources, technological resources, the informational resources, and other material resources. So various resources need in order to do the things. Okay. So mobilizing resources to execute the actions. So a strategy describes how the ends will be achieved by the means. So ends and means. Ends are goals, means are resources. So you are having good resources. With that resources, how you can achieve your goal, target. Okay. So that will tell you how strategic you are, or that explains you the strategy. So mere resources is not enough to achieve your goal. You have to properly make use of those resources in order to, that is, resources are means. You have to properly make use of the means to achieve the ends, that is, goals. So the key concept of strategy, the basic concept of strategic management consists of a continuous process of planning, monitoring, analyzing, and assessing everything that is necessary for an organization to meet its goals and objectives. To meet its goals and objectives, what is necessary that you need to plan, and how these plans are taking place, you need to monitor, and what is the outcome you need to analyze, and whether we are able to achieve with the present existing plans or not, we need to assess. So all these things together you will do. That is what comes under strategy. So planning, monitoring, analyzing, and assessing, all the things will come in your strategic way. So in simple words, it is a management technique used to prepare the organization for the unforeseeable future. For the unforeseeable future. See, my dear friends, because always management is future oriented. Management is future oriented. Future is always uncertain. Future is always uncertain. We don't know what may happen. Okay. So yesterday night also, I prepared well to take the classes with full sound and all. But I don't know what happened. By the time today I got up, My throat is little bit paining and struck. Bigger sound is not coming out. Okay. So, but we have to manage. We have to manage the things. So that is what management is. Management is always for the future. Future is always uncertain. But being a manager, you must be able to foresee the future. You must be able to imagine it. You must be able to imagine it. And you must be able to illuminate. And you must be able to see what may happen. And accordingly, you have to prepare your organization to meet all those challenges and to, at the same time, to encash the opportunities. Why? Because it is like the future is uncertain. This uncertainty not only gives you challenges but also provides opportunities. Or not only provides opportunities but also gives you the challenges. So, on one hand, you have to meet the challenges. On the other hand, you have to encash the opportunities for the unforeseeable future. Right? So, that is what strategic management or management in general. There are 4 different levels of a strategy: corporate level strategy, business level strategy, functional level strategy, operational level strategy. Corporate level strategy, business level strategy, functional level strategy, and operational level strategy. These 4 different types of strategies are different levels of strategies are there. So any further explanation required? Because now we are entering into different levels of strategies. Any explanation required? Are you able to speak or not? All the mics are muted. Yeah, is it require any further explanation? Anybody can respond?
Yeah, sir, it's fine. You can continue, go on to the corporate strategy.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the 4 levels of strategy are corporate level strategy, business level strategy, functional level strategy, and operational strategy. Operational level strategy. Now first, if you take corporate level strategy. Corporate level strategy, it is based on the organizational vision and mission. For the total organization, the strategy will be only one. Say, for example, if you take an organization like Tata's, say Tata Sons is the owner of all Tata Group. Okay. But they are having different businesses. They are into automobiles. They are into iron and steel. They are into tea. Tatas are having tea business also. Tatas are having this software business, consultancy services. Okay. Tatas are into construction also. Right. So, whatever overall vision and mission and overall strategy that Tata Sons develops, that is corporate strategy. Or to explain furthermore with consumer goods, if you take organization like Hindustan Lever, a parent company is Unilever Limited. Unilever Limited is the parent company. Unilever Limited, almost 50% of the products what we use day in and day out, they are from Unilever only. They are from Unilever only. Unilever Limited produces toothpaste. They produce bath soaps. They produce shampoos. They produce coffee tea. They are into coffee tea business. Okay. They are into this cereals business, breakfast cereals and all this business. So they are into ice creams, right? They are into soups business. So there are so many businesses. So, but the one company or one organization is the Unilever. Here in India, it is known as Hindustan Lever. So, the total organization wise, whatever strategy you are adopting, that is known as corporate strategy. So, corporate strategy, after vision, mission, next comes corporate strategy. Of course, the corporate strategy depends upon the core value system of your organization, the value system of your organization. Then we'll move to the corporate strategy. From corporate strategy, because nowadays many organizations are doing more than one business, so they will have business unit strategies. So the overall strategy what Tata Sons will follow is known as corporate strategy, and the overall strategy what Unilever Limited will follow is known as corporate strategy. But therefrom, business wise, business unit wise, they will have strategic plans. Say Tata's for an iron and steel, they may adapt strategy. For automobiles, they may adopt different strategy. For software services, they may adopt different strategy. Okay, like that, all those will become business unit strategies. Or for Unilever Limited, for soaps and detergents, a strategy they are adopting, that is business unit strategy. For quality ice creams also from Unilever. So for ice creams, for selling ice creams and all, they may have different strategy. For selling shampoos, they may have a different strategy. So these are all business unit wise strategies. Then next comes functional strategies. In the first semester management, you are knowing functions of management and functional areas of management. Functions of management and functional areas of management. Functions of management are planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Functions of management are planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Functional areas are financial management, marketing management, human resources management, production management, materials management. Like these are functional areas of management. The beauty is that every functional area requires functions of management. That means in finance also, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling will come. In production also, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling will come. In marketing also, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling will come. So that means functional areas are nothing but departments of the organization, different departments of the organization. So functional strategy means within the business unit, what is your HR strategy? What is your marketing strategy? What is your production strategy? So these are known as functional strategies. Okay. So a functional strategy, also known as departmental strategy, concerns each organizational function and how that organizational unit or division assigned that function will achieve its strategic objectives. Okay. Then the last one is operational strategies. The fourth level is operational strategies. So these are about how each part of the business is organized to deliver the corporate and business unit level strategic, actual ground, operational. Okay, the ground, or it is an action plan. So that is operational strategy. So in brief, these are the four different levels: corporate level, business level, functional level, and operational level strategies. Okay. So coming to Michael Porter given a matrix about the generic strategies. So these different strategies, you generalize it. Generic means applicable everywhere. It is not specific to any industry or any organization. Any industry or any organization, these are not specific. So these are applicable to any industry, to any organization, to any country, and to any place at any time. So these are the commonly adopted. The generic strategies are cost leadership, best cost or low cost strategy, focus, differentiation. Okay. So cost leadership, best cost or low cost strategy, focus strategy, differentiation strategy. Cost leadership strategy means by almost like a duopoly market, will be controlling majority of the output, and by producing high quantity of goods, by availing the economies of scale, you will be having control on your cost, and that cost you will use to maintain your leadership. That means all other organizations will follow whatever price you are putting. That only all others will follow. Say, for example, if you take this soft drinks industry. In soft drink industry, there are only two major players. More than 1,000 players are there, but two major players are Coke and Pepsi. In some countries, Coke is having domination. In some other nations, Pepsi is having domination because they have their operations throughout the world. So what this cost leader will fix, everybody will follow. Okay. Then low cost or best cost strategy is surviving in the market by keeping your prices low. Even less than the cost leader, you will price your product. That is how Chinese products are surviving. Chinese. So always they will keep their price low. That is low cost strategy. Focus. Focus means rather than taking care of the entire market, you will be focusing on few things. Suppose the companies like Maruti, Ujog, Ford, these people are concentrating on the normal passenger vehicles. But whereas there are a few companies who will not come out with all different types of passenger vehicles. They will come out with only sports cars. Okay. So that is one small segment. They are focusing on that. They will come out with that. Okay. In jewelry market also, there may be so many players who will be selling the gold jewelry. But there are certain players like Tribhuvan Das et al. They will sell exclusively diamond jewelry. Their focus. Okay. Then another generic strategy is differentiation. Differentiation means you are convincing, you are showing, and you are also convincing. You are giving and you are communicating that your product is something different from your competitor. You are different. Yours is a different product from your competitor, and by that surviving in the industry. So that is differentiation strategy. So these four are familiarly known as Michael Porter's four generic strategies, which are cost leadership, best cost strategy or low cost strategy, focus strategy, differentiation strategy. Okay. So then Strategy development is the process of researching and identifying strategic options, different options, selecting the most promising, and deciding how resources will be allocated across the organization to achieve objectives. So, strategy development is the process of researching. That means by evaluating so much information, what alternatives are there, finding out the most promising one, and you will also see that resources are allocated to it. Resources are allocated to it. Okay. So the now we have to go through various approaches to the strategic decision making. So here we will take just 5 minutes break. So don't leave, don't go out of your Google Meet link. Just 5 minutes. We'll be back. I will be in line only. If anybody wants to ask something, your doubts like, can ask. So now it is 11:01, exactly 11:06. Again, I will start the lesson. Okay, in these 5 minutes, if anybody wants to ask the academic doubts, non-academic doubts, your coordinators are there from DDE, they will take care of it. Okay. So, if you are having any doubts, you are most welcome. If you are unable to speak, yeah.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sorry for asking this doubt as the first question, sir. When will be our first semester exam results, sir?
That is why I said, please ask academic questions only for me.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sorry.
I am a resource person of DDE.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So after this class, coordinators will come. Coordinators will come into line.
Okay, sir.
Okay, they will tell you. They will give you the answer.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sir,
Please.
I have a question. May I know where you posted this PPTs in the DD website?
In the DDE website, after this first unit, I will send it to DDE director and they will post you in the website.
Hello.
I am not directly posting. I don't have any direct access to the website.
Okay, sir.
I am a resource.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I am a resource person. After this first unit, I will send the PPTs to the concerned person in the DDE on behalf of the director, and they will take care of it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Sir,
So definitely it will post in website.
I will send it today itself.
Okay. Okay, sir.
They will
Okay,
take care. Your coordinators are there. They will take care.
Okay, sir.
excuse
Okay,
me,
sir.
sir.
Please.
Sir, can you please enable the chat box for our attendance registration, sir?
That the coordinators will do it.
Okay, sir.
Only academic questions you ask me.
Sir, one more doubt, sir.
Please.
Sir, we are studying for the first 3 semesters. We'll be studying all theory, sir. And final semester we have a project, sir. So can you please guide us how far these subjects, how to approach these subjects for doing our project work, sir?
So for project work, different session will be there. That how to do project, how to come out with project report. That sessions will be there in the third semester.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
எப்பவுமே சேஃப் ரூம்ல பார்க்கலே தவிர
ये मेरा ना चौथा सेशन है फुल बॉडी फेसर हेयर रिडक्शन
Sir, can you recommend us any separate books or links for going through case studies, sir? During our first semester examination, we have case studied for 20 marks. Will it be the same pattern for this exams also, sir? Second and third semesters? Excuse me, sir.
please.
Sir, we have case study during our first semester examination, sir. For our second semester also, will we be having case study questions, sir?
Same pattern
Sir,
for all the
sir,
subjects, all the semesters.
Sir, can you please recommend us some books or links or something for approaching a case study, sir?
It is there already in each study material. Case studies are there, and
Yes, sir.
how to solve the case studies also in your study material. It is there.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Actually, this 8 hours class is not for teaching.
Okay, sir.
This 8 hours, you people, all the students must come prepared with the material whatever is applied to you.
Okay,
And
sir.
anything you are unable to understand, that we have to explain. But fortunately or unfortunately, students are not raising any questions because they are not going through the material. Then we started giving briefing about the things. But at the beginning of the DDE, the pattern used to be people used to come prepared with the material, and in that material, whatever doubts are there, they used to underline, they used to note down the questions, and we used to answer them.
Sir, but we got our materials just 3 days back, sir. Not even few people have got the materials till now, sir.
I am only just a resource person.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
I belongs to Pondicherry University family,
Okay,
but I
sir.
am not working in DDE.
Okay,
But
sir.
I am very much affiliated with DDE. But I am
Okay,
not a part and parcel of DDE except a resource person.
Okay, sir.
Okay? So
Okay, sir.
I will share my knowledge, what I am sharing to my regular students to you.
Okay,
That's all.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay? So now, after going through, welcome back. Hope everybody came in line. So now, after understanding different levels, like corporate level, business unit level, the functional level, and operational level strategies. Now, and after that, followed by Michael Porter, 4 generic strategies like cost leadership, low cost strategy, the focus strategy, and the differentiation strategy. We are going through different approaches because strategic decision making, different approaches we can have. So that different approaches we are going to examine in brief. And of course, not all, but the important one which are going to be used in the day-to-day business activity. So there are 10 approaches, like rational analytical approach, entrepreneurial approach, intuitive approach, emotional approach, adaptive approach, planning approach, political behavioral approach, administrative approach, incremental approach, satisfying approach, and combination approach. Out of these 10 different approaches, that exist, these four are widely used. The most common approaches to strategic decision making in reality are rational analytical approach, intuitive emotional approach, critical behavioral approach, and administrative approach. These four approaches are there. So in this first approach, because as I said, all the 10, we are not going through these four. We are going to look into briefly how what this approach will tell us. So the first approach is rational analytical approach. Rational analytical approach assumes that the decision maker is a unique actor who behaves intelligently and rationally. So here we believe the decision maker. We believe the decision maker. Always we feel that the decision maker will be wise. They will consider so many factors. And with that only, we will move. Say for example, this when ants are traveling, big crowd will be there, but there may be obstructions. When obstructions are there, one leader will be there, one pilot, that is known as pilot ant. The pilot ant will show the way. So if you put something there, if it is obstructing the pilot ant, then it will take a turn and it will move. So remaining all ants also, after coming there, it will follow the previous one, earlier one. Just simply up to that moment they will come, they will make a turn and go. Or if you want further example, if you take a group of goats, if a group of goats are going, just if you want, you can say, you can put a stick for the first goat, that leader goat. It will jump and go. It will jump the stick and go. After that, you remove the stick also. Second goat will come. It will stop there, jump and go, without, even though there is no stick. Like that, third one, fourth one, fifth one. Because the thing is that the pilot one, or the first one, or the leader one, or the decision making one, remaining all thinks that it is always intelligent, rational, considers so many factors into, it will take so many factors into consideration, and then it will move. Say so many factors means, for example, one route may be shortest, but that route may not be safest. One short route is there to reach your destination, but it is not safe. So if your leader is taking the roundabout path, means your leader consider your safety and taken a decision to go, though it is a long way, in a safest path. So that is the logic behind this rational analytical approach. That means the leader, the decision maker, will analyze the situation, will take into consideration all the things, and they will take a rational decision, rational or logical decision, and remaining all, it will follow. Okay? Then the second one is intuitive emotional approach. Intuitive emotional approach. Intuition is an innate belief about something without conscious consideration. Intuitive emotional approach is opposed to rational decision making. Managers sometimes decide to do something because it feels right. Okay. So here in this intuitive emotional approach, sometimes we call sixth sense. Why are you thinking like that? Why are you thinking that it is going to happened something. No. Somehow I am feeling, boss. My sixth sense says that. Or my left eye is giving signal. It is going to happen something like that. It is intuitive, emotional. Okay. So there is no considering situation, analyzing it like the first model, considering the situation, analyzing the factors, and taking logical decision, it won't be there. So somehow the decision maker feels that it is going to be good, it is going to be good, or it is like try our luck, because you feel you are the most luckiest person. And accordingly, trying luck that may go with good results. So for this intuitive emotional approach, there may not be any rationality, any information, or any analytical things would be there. It is just based on our intuition. We feel that somehow this may happen. That is why better to do that thing. Like that will move. That is intuitive, emotional approach. Okay. The third approach is political behavioral approach. Political behavioral approach. It is like based on politicians. Politicians has to, I am talking about real politician. I am not talking about different types of politicians. I am talking about real politician who is doing or who want to do some service to the society. This political behavioral approach, in this approach, the decision maker wants to satisfy the interests of different stakeholders. The interests of different stakeholders. Okay. Say for example, if you take real politician, that is why in olden days, say if you go 50 years back or so, I remember friends, I am not supporting any party or anything else, or even now also, any political party, if they want to really do some service to the society, they have to make a balance of many things. It is not only giving freebies. It is just not giving only welfare. Let us give a ration free. Let us give TV free, fridge free. Not like that. Okay. I'm not against that. Okay. Whatever to the underprivileged, you can give some food and so. At the same time, we should ensure the development of the area, development infrastructure facilities. Taxpayers are making the payment for them by ignoring roads to infrastructure and all those things. Just giving freebies for the sake of votes is not good. On one hand, you should take care of the underprivileged in the society. On the other hand, you should ensure the development of that area. At the same time, you should take the welfare of your citizens. And at the same time, you should ensure revenue generation to that particular country or to that particular state. Because borrowing and giving free, that is not at all good. That unnecessarily accumulates big debt on our head. Each one of us, you, I, everyone, okay, the person who is just going to kick the bucket in another 1 second, and a person who is going to take birth on next 1 second, on everybody's heads, these liabilities will be there. So, if necessary, you can borrow, but it should not be used just for welfare activities at all. It must be used for the overall development of the society. Overall development means not only giving freebies, but it is taking, on one hand, taking the underprivileged of the society, taking care of the society, societal development. Okay, all infrastructural facilities, developing the opportunities for employment. Okay, developing the skills on the youth. So all this leads to overall development, right? And at the same time, simultaneously, not too much of taxes in different ways. We must be able to generate revenue for the that particular area. So when you are making all these, taking care of different stakeholders into consideration and making a decision, then it is known as political behavioral approach. Then you may ask, sir, in politics, in the society, different stakeholders are there. But stakeholders are there in the business also. Yeah, very much. Stakeholders are there in very much the business also. Stakeholders means you must give some profit or some dividend in the form of dividend. You must give some profit to your investors. At the same time, you must give good quality product for the money what they are paying to your customers. You must ensure job security and good salaries to your employees, and you must pay back to your suppliers who supplied goods to you. So, and you must pay taxes to the government. So your suppliers, your investors, your employees, your customers, the government, all these are different stakeholders of your business organization. So when you are taking care of each stakeholder's welfare into consideration or each stakeholder's development into consideration and taking a decision, that decision is known as political behavioral approach. Political behavioral approach. And the fourth one is administrative approach. The fourth one is administrative approach. This administrative approach is given to us by Herbert A. Simon. Okay, so he is the first person who recognized that decisions are not always made with rationality or logic or with intuition or with all stakeholders and all these things. He used to say that decisions are taken based on incomplete and imperfect information. Decisions are constrained by bounded rationality. Decisions are tried to satisfy in making decisions. So satisfies, that means somewhere you are compromising. Okay, satisfying is different, satisficing is different. Okay, so some lower degree of satisfaction, somewhere you are compromising. So bounded rationality suggests that their values and unconscious reflexes, skills limit the decision makers. So the decision maker did not have all the skills on the earth. They are having their own limitations. So with the limitations, they may not be taking the best decision. Whatever they feel best, they will take. And this decision making requires information. Many of the times, complete information may not be available. So based on the available information only, will be taking the decisions. So that is why rather than satisfying, it leads to satisficing. So satisficing suggests that rather than conducting an exhaustive search for the best possible alternative, decision makers tend to search only until they identify an alternative that meets some minimum standards of sufficiency. So ultimate is not always possible. That is this approach feels that. So with the available information, with the available skill set of the decision maker, and we have to search for a decision which will fulfill minimum standards of the achievement. So that is what satisfies. As I said, it is not like satisfying fully, a lower degree of satisfying, somewhere compromising. So among the available, you will take. So strategic decisions are therefore made in a typically human way, that is using the rational, conscious analysis, intuitive, unconscious gut in light of political realities. So these are the 4 approaches. Okay. So one is all logical approach. Second one is intuitive approach. Third one is political approach. Fourth one is administrative approach. Okay. So with these 4 approaches, the decisions in the organizations in the day-to-day activity, it will be happening. So now let us speak about an SBU, strategic business unit. Strategic business unit. Okay. So this term strategic business unit is introduced by Alfred Marshall. Not Alfred Marshall. Alfred Sloan in 1923. Alfred Sloan in 1923. In General Motors company, Alfred Sloan introduced this strategic business unit. So this strategic business unit means, in simple, technically there may be so many meanings, but in simple, a unit which helps you to determine how much expenditure is happening and how much revenue is coming. By that, what we are earning from that is known as a small business unit, strategic business unit. So strategic business unit is a part of a business unit. Strategic business unit is a part of a business unit because the purview or the scope for SBU differs based on what bigger picture you are taking. Say for example, if you take Tata, total Tata Group as one unit, the one Tata Motors will be strategic business unit. But if you are taking Tata Motors itself as one unit, in that each strategic business unit, the unit which is producing Tata Nano cars, the unit which is producing Tata SUVs, the unit which is producing Tata trucks, high capacity trucks, the unit which is producing Tata Ace, small trucks. So each one will become a strategic business unit. So that means what big picture you are taking defines what is your strategic business unit. What big picture you are taking, it defines the strategic business unit. So as I said, if you are taking Tata total group as one, Tata Motors alone will become a strategic business unit. Instead, if you are taking Tata Motors as your total one unit, then within that, each division, a unit that is producing Tata Nano cars, a unit which is producing Tata SUV cars, a unit which is producing Tata heavy trucks, a unit which is producing Tata Ace, some small trucks like thing. So each one will become a strategic business unit. The other example is, if you are taking Hindustan Liver or Unilever has one unit, in that detergents, soaps and detergents will be one strategic business unit. One strategic business unit. The cosmetics will be another strategic business unit. The edible oils will be another strategic business unit. Other than that, if you are taking the soaps and detergents division as one unit, then the production and selling of Rin soap is one strategic business unit. The unit which is producing Surf Excel, a different strategic business unit. Okay, so like that, based on what big picture you are taking, based on that, the strategic business unit will differ. Basically, why this strategic business unit means, strategic business unit is a part of an organization at where we can specify the expenditure and income. To that particular area, we can apportion or we can allocate how much expenditure is happening and how much revenue is coming. How much expenditure is happening and how much revenue is generating. So by that, it is nothing but it is a profit center. So why should we know the expenditure and income? Finally, to identify how much profit we are going to get. Okay. So each strategic business unit will be a profit center for you. Because overall organization may be giving profits, but there may be some units which are not giving profits, but other units profits also, these units are eating out the other units profits also. Then if you discontinue this non-performing strategic business units, then it leads to enhancement of overall profit. And of course, unless the strategic business unit is strategically important. Okay. So these are the characteristics of strategic business units. So a strategic business unit utilizes product market strategy. Strategic business unit is a part of the organizational structure. They enable the organization to enjoy autonomous planning functions. Strategic business unit even has a set of competitors. Okay, so healthy competition within the organization. Healthy competition to develop in between various units also. These SBUs will help. There are different, out of your SBUs, you may found 4 types of SBUs. These 4 types of SBUs you can understand with the help of BCG matrix. BCG matrix, familiarly known as Boston Consulting Group matrix. So these people identified that there will be 4 types of strategic business units. One is stars, second one is cash cows, third one is question marks, and fourth one is dogs. Okay. So these 4 they explained in brief. Stars. Stars are those which are profitable now and that business also growing at a higher rate. These are the business units which are not only giving profits but the growth also at higher rate. The growth is very fast and profitable. So they are known as stars. Another category is cash cows. Cash cows are those which are profitable, but growth is not that much favorable. They are giving profits, but they are not like stars. They are not giving, they are not showing much growth. Okay, they are giving profits, no doubt about it. But much growth, fast growth, or future expansion, future development is not there in this cash cows. Okay, so these two are good only. Stars is number one, and cash cows are number two. Number three, question marks. So these question marks are, these are the business units which is having high growth potential, but they are not doing well. They are not doing well. Means there is something wrong. There is problem in allocating resources. There is problem in making proper investments. Investment doesn't mean not only financial investments, human resources, the technical resources, okay, the managerial resources. So these are mismanaged. So possibility for growth is there. But malnutritious. They are not sufficiently nutritionized. Okay. So these are question marks. Dogs are underachievers with little hope of becoming cash cows. Okay. But they are not at all doing well. They are having every opportunity, but very low growth rate. And apart from making all investments, are not at all performing well. So these four different types of strategic business units you can see as per Boston Consultancy Group or BCG matrix. Okay. Then what should be the characteristics of a good organization, or characteristics of a good organization strategy means any strategy that you are taking must be flexible. Flexible means adaptable to change, but in line with corporate vision and mission. Because at the top, corporate vision, mission, those things will be there. So whatever strategy you formulate, that must be flexible, adaptable to change. It should not be rigid one. And it must be responsive. Considering the market conditions, economic conditions, and environmental conditions. It must be a creative one. It must be able to inspire commitment and ensure the organization stands unique in the bigger crowd. And at the same time, a strategy must be a challenging one so that it acts as a source of inspiration and motivation to those people who are working with it. And a strategy must be a realistic one so that it can be seen to achieve certain results. And it must be a focused one in the sense it must tell clearly what to do, why should we do, when to do, where to do, all these things. So clear, defined, and understandable to all stakeholders, especially to our employees and customers. Engaging in line with organizational culture and values. So that is what we discussed. Each organization will have their own value system, their own way of doing business. So it must be in line with that. So this is all in brief about the first unit. So thank you for your attention. Now, So now session is open. Clarification of your doubts. Say whether you studied or not. I explained in brief about the first, what is there in the first unit of your syllabus. I explained. Okay. So this will go to nearly 120 pages in your study material. So that all in a nutshell, I tried to explain, and within this, so whatever so far, 1.5 hour or so, whatever we discussed. So within this, if you are having any doubts, again, I am making an appeal. You please ask academic doubts. I am very much belongs to Pondicherry University and affiliated with TD also as sister concern. Okay. So academic, anything is there, you please ask me. I am academic resource person. Right. Now it is open to you. You can unmute and speak. So nobody is asking anything, Miss? Either two.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Please.
Which form is the best one? Is the dog one or the cash cow or the question mark?
No. They see, they will exhibit different characteristics. Stars is one who is giving profits at present also, and who have the potential to give profits in future also. Okay? Cash cows for those things which are giving profits now, but future is not that much certain. Question marks are those having potential, they are able to, but not giving profits because there is some problem. Management problem, human resource problem, material problem, investment problem. You sort out those problems. When you sort out those problems, automatically it will become a star. Okay. Then last one, dogs are those things. You gave everything. You made all investments. You gave all resources. And there is potential also. But they are not performing. That means you have to reformulate your strategies. It is not for different styles. It is different how the strategic business units will be in reality. So that means if it is a star, continue the same thing. If it is a cash cow, by continuing the same thing, you must think of improving for betterment of future. If it is question mark, you have to give necessary inputs, and you must concentrate, and you must try to pick up it. But whereas dogs are those things, you gave everything, it is not performing. So that is why you have to relook into it. It is like repairing. Everything is there, but it is not performing. So you have to relook into your strategy, and you have to reformulate your strategy.
Okay, so in case of cash cows, we always have this concept to harvest the cash from that product.
The product, it is there. At present, it is okay, but it can give some more. What they are giving is okay. They are giving profits only, but there is further growth is there. But the growth is in your organization. The growth is slow. Okay, that means by continuing the existing policies, you should look for the betterment of your policies. In case of stars, you continue the same strategies. In case of cash cows, you implement strategies. The result is Some SBUs may become stars. Some SBUs may become cash cows. Some SBUs become question marks. Some SBUs will become dogs. So if they are stars, you continue the same strategy. If they are cash cows, by continuing the same strategy, marginal improvement should be done. By that, future growth will also be better. In case of question marks, you have to, your strategy is right, but resources or investments are not proper. So you give all necessary inputs. So by that it will perform. Or it is tied and asked to run. So you remove the tying, then it will run, it will perform. The dogs are those things, you gave everything but not doing. Then you see how to make them wake up and how to make them run. Okay? For
Okay,
your
sir. Thank you.
strategy implementation, we are saying. Next. Next question. Now it is open to you. It is your time. You have to make use of it.
Hello.
Please. Please tell me. What is your question?
In the book, we have it called synergy. Can you brief on it?
What is that?
Synergy.
Synergy. Okay. Simply, I will tell you. By combining few things, you have to get something more. What is 1 plus 2 plus 3? Anasuya.
Yeah.
What is 1 plus 2 plus 3?
6.
6. So synergy says when you are combining 1, 2 and 3, it must be greater than 6. It must be greater than 6. That is what is known as synergetic effect. Synergetic effect. Understood? Synergetic effect. Synergetic effect leads to productivity. Productivity leads to cost minimization. Cost minimization leads to more profits. So when you are combining more than one, it should give greater result. So when you are combining 1 plus 2 plus 3, it is usually 6. But when you are able to achieve more than 6, that is what is known as synergetic effect. Synergetic effect.
Okay, sir.
So anything more? Anything else? Now that time is open to you all, not one individual. Any other doubt? Shivraman sir. Hello, Shivraman sir. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Dr. Umasri. I'm going to take the paper Financial Management. How many financial management already you might have studied in the first semester, accounting for manager, right? So what is the difference between this accounting for manager paper and then financial management? First I explain you that one. Accounting for manager is the knowledge is required, basic knowledge required for manager, that is given taught in that accounting for manager, that is financial accounting. Three types of accounts are involved. That is financial accounting, management accounting, and cost accounting. Management accounting, that is a decision making accounting, and cost accounting, that is ascertainment of cost, how to calculate all these things you have studied in accounting for manager. This financial management exclusively finance manager. What is the role of finance manager? What are the important decision making they have to take? How this important decision making that will affect your company's market value of the share, and then entire what we can say cost value, how we have to compete with other companies. So these are all which are very important thing. That is why financial management paper is taken as a common paper. Everyone should have, not only finance student, everyone should have this knowledge. Financial management paper knowledge is very, very important to everyone, right? Without finance, no one can run the business. Even without purchase manager, finance manager can manage. But without finance manager, no manager can manage. So you should have the thorough knowledge about the finance manager, right? So here, what is finance? Generally, what we say, what is everybody as a layman saying about finance? Finance means what? What is finance? Finance, we can say it is a fund which is required at the time when we are required money. So we have to manage how we are managing with that money, how we have to manage. That is the very important factor of finance, right? So this business finance, we can say how to administer that money, how to raising the funds, and then how to utilize that fund. Raising of funds on the one hand, utilization of fund is on the other hand. That is very, very important thing for business finance, right? So what are the sources of finance for any business? What are the sources? Raising of capital. How you are raising capital in case of big companies? How do you raise your capital? By way of
shareholders.
Issue of share capital, by way of issue of share capital, or issue of bond, or issue of debentures in the form of debt capital, either in the form of equity capital or debt capital, right? So we are going to study, this is the raising of fund. After raising, how you are utilizing or allocating in your business. So for allocation means capital budgeting. Capital budgeting means how we have to purchase the asset. What is the returns? How, which asset we have to purchase. So all this decision making we have to take. That is capital budgeting. And then working, that is long term means we have to take capital budgeting decision. If it is a short term, we have to take decision making of working capital. Working capital is very, very important aspect for managing in the business. If it should not be too large, as well as it should not be insufficient. If it is insufficient of working capital, what will happen? If it is a working capital is insufficient, what will happen? What is working capital? The fund is which is required for managing day-to-day expenditure. That is cycle. The cycle means when once you are purchasing raw material converted to production, finished goods converted to sales. That sales may be a cash sales or credit sales. So when you are collecting money from your customer or credit debtor, that will take some cycle. It may take 3 months. Some companies may take 6 months, like that. So for rotation of your money, it will take taken from your business. It will take some time, isn't it? That fund is called working capital. Okay, so that working capital, if it is insufficient manner, what will happen? You are not able to pay your creditors. So creditors, if you are not paying, not able to pay, what will happen? If they go to court, you have to wind up your business. You will become indebtedness, right? So there is very, very financial risk is involved if it is insufficient working capital. Suppose if you are having too much of large amount of plenty of cash with you, what will happen? You will not, if more cash with you, say for an example, you are getting salary 1 lakh. Your monthly expenditures, you require only 30,000. Remaining 30,000 you are keeping in hand. What will happen? It will not generate income. Instead of keeping in hand, if you are depositing in bank, at least you will get 5%, 6% interest, isn't it? They agree or not? So that is why in business also, you should not have too much of large amount of working capital that will not generate your profit. So that will affect your profitability. So if it is insufficient, that will affect your financial risk. So you have to be very carefully take decision making, working capital, capital budgeting, and then capital structure. At the time of raising your capital also, how much percentage should be the equity capital, how much percentage we have to raise as equity debt capital. So there is some logics, some concepts, some theories are there for taking decision making, how to raise, how much percentage we have to raise. That is capital structure theories. Similarly, dividend theories. Dividend, what is dividend? What is dividend? Anybody, can you say?
Profit sharing.
Yes. Profit, you are, what we can say, declaring or payment of some portion or for full amount, full profit, what you are earning, that you have to give it to your shareholder. That is called dividend, right? So whether if it is a whole amount or partial amount given to the shareholder, what is the effect? What will be the effect? Company's value will be maximized or minimized. So which one is good? Or if you are utilizing the money profit for your further business, what will happen? There are a lot of theories. It will affect or it will not affect. Like that, so many theories and concepts are involved. So we have to take decision making without affecting your goal. What is the financial goal? What is any business goal is generally? What is the financial goal or business goal? So maximizing profit is the traditional objective. Now, maximizing shareholders' wealth, not only profit, and also to maximize the shareholders' wealth. Shareholders' wealth means total market value of the company should be maximized. How when it will be maximized? So based upon the decision making of capital budgeting, capital, and then this capital structure theories, dividend decisions, is all the decision making will affect your value of your maximizing your shareholders objectivity, right? So these are the things we are going to study in this subject, right? As a whole subject, this is the thing, decision making related to capital, the first one, raising of capital structure, and then cost of capital, and then cost of capital is a part of your capital structure theories only. Then capital budgeting, and then working capital management decision, and then dividend decision making. So these are all the decision making things are very important, covered as a whole. This is all these processes are called financial management, right? Let us see this definition. According to Gautam and Doggle, business finance can be broadly defined as activity concerned with the planning, raising, controlling, and administering the funds used in the business. Right? Funds used in the business. According to the Western Brigham, what they are saying, financial management is an area of financial decision making. Financial decision making, harmonizing individual motives and price goals. So these are the just a definition. The definition is say how we are raising the fund, how we are utilizing the fund, that should maximize the shareholders' wealth. That is financial management. The importance of financial management, I explained you many things. That is corporate enterprises resulted to increase the size and influence of the business enterprise, wide distribution of corporate ownership, and separation of ownership and management. So these are the three factors which are further increase the importance of corporate finance, right? Maximize this here, as the owners in a corporate enterprise are widely scattered and the management is separated from the ownership. The management has to ensure the maximization of owners' economic welfare. Owners means equity shareholders. Shareholders means wealth maximization. The success and growth of the firm depends upon the adequate return on its investment. The investors or shareholders can be attracted by a firm only by maximization of their wealth through the application of principles and procedures as laid down by the corporation finance. So corporate finance is very, very important, not only for practicing managers, but also to deal with the corporate enterprises, those who are the investors, lenders, bankers, creditors. These are the persons also. It is very important thing, right? What are the factors which are influencing your financial decision making? So financial decision making, both internal factors as well as external factors which influence your decision making. So for external factors, what are the state of economy? So what is the economy of the country, right? Then structure of capital and money market. Money capital and money market is very, very important factors for influencing your decision making. Requirements of investors, government policy, taxation policy, lending policy of financial institutions. These are all the external factors. So what are all the internal factors which are involving decision making of finance? That is nature and size of the business, expected return, cost and risk, composition of assets, structure of ownership, trend of earnings, age of the firm, liquidity position, working capital requirements, conditions of debt agreements. So these are all the internal factors. So objective, what are the main objectives of financial management? That is two things I'll explain to you. That is profit maximization and wealth maximization. So what is profit maximization? Profit maximization is the main aim of any kind of economic activity. It is for earning the profit, right? Earning profit is the main aim. The business concern is also functioning mainly for the purpose of earning profit. Profit is the measuring technique to understand the business efficiency of the concern. Profit maximization is also the traditional and narrow approach which maximize the concern profit maximum. That is what are the features. Profit maximization is also called as cash per share maximization. What is cash per share maximization? That is, what is the profit goes to equity, that is earnings per share. Earnings per share means profit, what is the portion goes to per shareholder. That should be maximum. Say for an example, company earning 1 lakh rupees profit. That company, we can take it as only they have only equity shareholders, 10,000 shares. Okay. At 1 lakh they have earned. There is no debt capital. So 1 lakh is to be divided into 10,000 shareholders. So one shareholder, how much they will get? 1 lakh divided by 10,000. So per shareholder, how much they will get? 10 rupees per share, isn't it? So profit will go to one share is equal to 10 rupees. 10 or 100? 1 lakh divided by 10,000, 10 rupees, isn't it? Suppose another company, same profit 1 lakh is having. 1 second. Huh? Hello, sir. Sir. Sir, class எடுத்துட்டு சார் ஆன்லைன்ல முடிச்சிட்டு பேசுறேன். இல்ல நான் இப்போ 3rd hour class போயிட்டு இருக்கு, 2nd year class. ஓகே சார். Hello. Another company is having same profit 1 lakh, but that company is having debt capital as well as equity capital. Okay. They have debt capital, that is we can say 30,000, sorry, 3 lakhs debt capital. That is 30%. You can say 30%. Number of shares 70%. 70% means we can say 7,000 shareholders. Okay, 7,000 shares are having. So now what we have to do? Interest we have to pay to the debt capital. Okay, interest, say for an example, we can take 10,000 rupees interest. 1 lakh minus 10,000. So what is the profit available to equity shareholder? 90,000. So 90,000 divided by 7,000 shares. So per shareholder, how much they will get? 1 lakh is the total profit earned by the another company. Okay, so that company is having debt to capital as well as equity capital. Debt to capital 30%, 70% is equity capital. That is 7,000 shares they have. 30% equity debt to capital. For that they have to pay interest is 10%, 10,000. Example I am saying. Okay, so how much 90,000 is available to equity shareholder? Per shareholder is 90,000 divided by 7,000 shares. So per shareholder is maximum 90,000 divided by 7. How much it is? Can you say anybody? $90,000 divided by 7. 12.8, same identical company, same investment, everything. But company A shareholder can get only 10 rupees per share, earnings per share. Company B shareholder is getting 12.85 rupees per share. Do you understand this? So this kind of decision making is very, very important. That is called wealth maximization. B company is giving wealth maximization. Okay, market share. Market not only this earning, when earnings per share will be more, that company share price will go up. So once company share price will go up, the shareholder are interested to invest in that company. Do you understand this? It leads to maximize the business operation for profit maximization. Ultimate aim of the business is earning profit. Hence, it considers all the possible ways to increase the profitability of the concern. Profit is the parameter of measuring the efficiency of the business concern. So, it is the entire position of the business concern. Profit maximization to reduce the risk of business. Wealth maximization, I have explained the example, right? So wealth maximization is one of the, it is a modern innovative improvement of business. The term wealth means shareholder wealth or wealth of the persons who are involved in the business concern. That is, wealth maximization is also known as value maximization, net present worth maximization. I explained, 12 rupees for 558 say instead of 10 rupees. So that is the profit wealth maximization. And then not only that one, market value of the company will also will go up. The wealth maximization is superior to the profit maximization because the main aim of the business and this concept is to improve the value or wealth of the shareholders. Wealth maximization considers the comparison of the value to cost associated with the business concern. Total value detected from the total cost incurred for the business operation. It provides extract value of the business concern, right? Wealth maximization considers both time value and risk of the business concern. Wealth maximization, it provides efficient allocation of resources. Resources, that is, you have to allocate plant and machinery very efficiently. Otherwise, then only your wealth maximization will be more. It ensures the economic interest of the societies, right? These are all just basic concepts. Now, the real concepts are financial decision making. Under financial decision making, there are three major decision making. One, that is investment decision making, financing decision making, dividend decision making. These three decision makings are very, very, very basic and important decision making in financial accounting. Financial management. That liquidity decision is nothing but working capital management. That working capital management is involved in the investment management itself, right? We can classify under that itself. So let us see one by one. What is the investment decision making? That is capital budgeting decision making. We will elaborately study how to purchase the plant and machinery. What are the alternatives? What are the techniques we are using? Payback method, internal rate of return method, net present value method, ARR method. So many methods are there. So how to utilize the technique and how to choose or taking decision making among various alternatives to get the future cash inflows of the each project. So which projects we have to, which if it is a mutually exclusive project, we have to take decision making which one is gives you maximum profitability, like that, right? So that is called investment decision making or capital budgeting decision making. In this case, we have to find out, we have to see the risk involvement, and then what are the complexities, then time value of money, all these things we have to take care while taking decision, capital budgeting decision making. The next one, financing decision making or capital structure decision making. Capital structure decision making, it which involves, I already explained you, that is capital structure theories. Whether the company is goes for only equity capital or debt equity proportion. Debt equity, what is the capital, raising of capital, what are the sources of capital, either debt capital or equity capital, right? Equity capital, you can issue various kinds, preference share capital as well as equity capital. What is the difference between preference share capital and equity capital? Can you say, anybody? What is the preference share capital? What is equity share capital? Do you have knowledge, anybody else? What is the what is the difference between profit preference and capital? Both are capital, share capital. So what is the difference? Okay, I tell you. Preference share capital, you have to pay fixed rate of dividend. At the time of issue of itself will be mentioned 10% or 15% or 20% dividend plus fixed percentage of dividend is fixed, and then this preference share capital may be issued for particular period, 5 years period, 10 years period. So after that, there are various kinds of the cumulative preference capital, non-cumulative, converted, non-converted. After certain period, this preference share capital may be converted into equity share capital. There are various kinds of capital share, preference share capital is there. But preference shareholder is having a preferential rights to get the dividend before giving to the equity shareholder. One thing. Preference shareholder is having preferential rights to get back their dividend, whether the company is earning profit or less, no material, it is irrespective of them. They have to get back. They will get the fixed amount of dividend from the company. But the equity shareholder is not like that. Depends upon the company's profitability. If company earns loss, they cannot get. Company earns more profit, they will get more percentage. That is the equity shareholders. And also, at the time of liquidity or at the time of winding up, liquidation, we used to say liquidation, at the time of winding up, the preference shareholder is having preferential right to get back their capital money before the equity shareholder. So that is, these two conditions are applied for preference shareholder. These equity shareholder, they cannot claim. But equity shareholder is having rights to is having voting rights. But preference shareholder don't have voting rights. At the annual general meeting, general body meeting, before declaring dividend, the opinion and voting will be asked from only equity shareholder. So any decision making, only equity shareholders are having voting power. The preference shareholder, they don't have any voting power. So these are the differences between preference shareholder and equity shareholder. But debt capital is, what is debt capital? They are giving loan to the company, right? For that, depends upon the fixed rate interest will be given to them. So the rate of interest whether the company profit or loss, whatever it is, they have to pay. The company have to pay to them, right? So if and then repayment of their debt to capital also after certain period, it has to be given. Even at the time of winding up, they should pay to the debt to capital. But equity share capital, if anything after paying all liabilities, if anything is left over, that only they can get back. Okay, so there is no guarantee for equity shareholder, right? So that is why this capital structure decision making is very important. That what is the proportions of debt to equity mix can be issued. So what is the debt to proportion, debt to equity proportion we can issue? I already explained you. If one company both are same identical, okay, so one company is issuing having 100% equity capital, another company is having 30% debt to capital, 70% equity capital. So which company's share capital is maximized, maximum value of the EPS, earnings per share, which company's share is maximum is big company. This though which company is having both debt to equity mix, isn't it? So that company's maximum the shares are maximized value. So which proportion gives the maximum value, that we have to find out. So how, which proportion, say for an example, okay, if we are adding more debt to capital, the earnings per share will be more. You are saying that instead of 30%, we can have 70% shareholders, debt to capital, 30% equity share. So share capital per share value will be more. But at the financial risk, it involves high financial risk. Suppose your company is not in a position to pay off to the debenture holders or bond holders, they have to come to the decision of winding up, liquidation, no other go. If they have to repay for them, suppose any loss incurred or anything else happened, that is the thing will happen. But equity shareholder will not involve that much. So when you are proportions are too high, debt to capital is too high, there are too much of financial risk is there. And at the same time, if it is too less, your maximum that is share maximization will be affected. So the proportions of debt equity mix is very important. Okay. This is the capital structure decision making. There are a lot of theories are there. That is Modigliani and Miller approach, and then traditional approach, net income approach, net operating income approach. These are the theories are explaining whether whatever may be the debt equity mix that will not affect the shareholders' wealth. So that is arguing by Modigliani and Miller theory. But net income approach, net operating income approach is not like that. So the risk when the proportions are different, definitely the market value of the company or cost of capital will be different, right? So that theories are arguing that. But let us see all these things elaborately in next chapters. Okay. So these are the things you are going to study under financing decision or capital structure decision. The next one is dividend decision. This dividend decision is very important. Is also very important thing. Just like that, whatever we have earned is to be distributed to the shareholders. It's not like that. So if you have to see how much percentage should be declared, or if it is not declared and retained in the business, what will happen? So whether the company share price will go up or not, the company share price will be increased or not. So are maximizing shareholders or not. So it depends upon the various factors which are involving to take decision making, as well as like capital structure theory. Dividend theory is also there. Some theories arguing that whatever may be the dividend declaring or not, that will not affect the company's capital. Company's market value will not be affected. Some theories, Walter model and Gordon's model, these two models are explaining that no, not like that. If it is depends upon the percentage of dividend declaration that will influence the market price of the share. Mardigan and Miller theory only is arguing that there is no difference between these things, whether the company retained in the business or declaring. So these are the theories which are explaining. We have to study each and every problems also there in water model and garden model, that is important. And then Modiglian and Miller theory, let us see one by one. So all these theories, after learning all these theories, the finance manager should take the wise decision for maximizing the shareholders. Okay, this is the dividend decision, right? Liquidity decision is nothing but working capital decision. Working capital decision means I already told you, the company should have sufficient working capital. It should not be too large, as well as at the time of it should not be insufficient. If it is insufficient, the company have to face the financial risk, and then even it may bring into liquidation. Or if it is too much of liquidity, what will happen? The company profitability will be affected. So you have to very carefully take decision making of working capital decision making. Okay, so these are all the decision makings are the role of financial manager. The role of financial manager is these decision makings. Okay, the next one, let us see. Cost of capital. So cost of capital, what is cost of capital? Cost of capital means when you are issuing, what are the capital sources of capital? What are the sources of capital? Issue of equity capital or preference capital or debt capital, debenture or bond, or retained earnings. Even retained earnings, that is profit, that we can say as a plus impact of profit. That is profit which is not distributed to the shareholder, that is called retained earnings. So even that also we can utilize for further development of the business, right? So for that we need to calculate some cost of capital. What is cost of capital? You are issuing debt capital. What is the cost of debt? Interest. What you are paying interest, that is the cost of capital, cost of debt, right? So preference capital, what is the cost? What is the percentage of fixed percentage of dividend you have declared? That is the cost of preference capital. What is the cost of equity capital? So that we have, what is the dividend you are paying, or what is the maximum value share price of the share will go up. So that we have to find out. So that is various methods are there, right? That we will study in elaborate. Yeah, after that. So and then retained earnings also. So this cost of capital means, generally cost of capital means the rate of return on capital funds. Cost of capital means rate of return on the capital funds which is used to produce, to justify and use there within the firm. Some definitions are given here. Cost of capital is otherwise this cost of capital we can say it is a minimum rate of return or required rate of return. What is minimum rate of return? You are investing money. Instead of in this business, if you are depositing in bank, what is the minimum rate you will expect? 5% or 6%, right? Instead of investing, at least when you are investing in your business, what is the amount profit you have to get back? At least minimum 5% or 6%. That is called minimum rate of return or required rate of return. Okay, that is the capital. Cost of capital we have to calculate. Cost of capital individually we have to calculate for each capital, that is debt capital, equity capital, preference capital, and then dividend, the retained earnings. All together you have to calculate weighted average capital. That is all. That is what we can say. Overall cost of capital. Overall cost of capital we have to calculate by all these things individually, right? So this overall cost of capital is called as required rate of capital or minimum rate of return. So this cost of capital is very important aspect for capital structure decision making as well as capital budgeting decision making. This cost of capital is important aspect for decision making in both capital budgeting decision making and capital structure decision making. How is what is the role in case of cost of capital role in capital budgeting decisions? The cost of capital we are using here in capital budgeting as discount rate or discount factor. In what is discount factor? We used to take net present, that is present value of money. We used to take present value of money. Money is risky, right? So today 1 rupee value after 1 year it may come down. Will you go up or come down? Value of the money will go up or come down. Today 1 rupee value will be in next 5 years. What will happen? You are purchasing 10 rupees on product today. The same product you have to pay 50 rupees after 5 years, isn't it? Is it or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So the money value will be go down. That risk is
Go
there.
down.
That present value, when you are taking up the present value factor, we have to take a discount factor. So for utilizing this discount factor, cost of capital, we are taking our minimum rate of return or cost of capital, we are using in as the aspect of discount rate while calculating capital, while taking capital budgeting decision making. Okay. The cost of capital is very basis for financial appraisal of new capital expenditure proposals. The decisions of financial manager is irrational and wrong in case of cost of capital is not correctly determined. Yes, if overall cost of capital, if it is not determined properly, that will mislead your decision making of capital budgeting. So you should be very, very careful. Right? Then in capital structure decision making, what is the influence of this cost of capital? This cost of capital is very, very important aspect for proportion, taking decision making of your capital proportions. Capital proportions of debt equity mix. What is the percentage to be?
Actually, the Kamarajan again solite.
Hello.
Zipman hospital
Mute your mic. Somebody is talking. Hello. This cost of capital percentage is very, very important decision making aspect because proportions of debt equity mix decision making that will maximize the shareholders' wealth. Right. This cost of capital is capital role is very important decision making in case of capital structure decision making. And then the other aspects it depends upon the decision making. Cost of capital can be determined. It is based upon the nature of business, size of the company, legal requirements of investors, all these things, right? So let us calculate cost of capital individually one by one, right? So cost of capital, we can say first cost of equity, cost of debt, cost of preference share, cost of retained earnings. Let us calculate cost of equity. Cost of equity means minimum rate of return that firm must earn the profit on equity financed portion of an investment project in order to leave the unchanged market price of the shares. So how to calculate? There are various formulas, various approaches are there. Here, dividend price approach, dividend price plus growth approach. This usually these two model are Gordon model. Gordon's model is dividend earning price approach. Dividend growth model is Gordon's model. Then earnings price approach, capital asset pricing model, CAPM model. These are all the theories. Based on this model, we can find out the cost of equity. See here, dividend price approach. Under dividend price approach, the cost of equity capital will be that rate of expected dividend that will maintain the present market price of the equity shares. Dividend price approach can be measured with the help of the formula is KE. KE is the indication of cost of equity. Cost of equity is calculated for D by NP. D means dividend per equity share. What is the expected rate of dividend by the equity shareholder? That is dividend per equity share. NP means net proceeds value. Net proceeds means per market price of per share. Market price per share in the equity share. That is NP, net proceeds of the share. See this problem. A company issues 10,000 equity shares of rupees 100 each at a premium of 10%. The company has been paying 25% dividend to equity shareholders for the past 5 years and expects to maintain the same in the future also. Compute the cost of equity capital. Will it make any difference if the market price of equity share is rupees 175? So now we have to find out what is the cost of equity, right? KE is equal to, formula is D by NP. Dividend is 25% dividend to the equity shareholder. So dividend is 25 divided by, what is the price of the share? 100 rupees is the price. We issue of price, we can say issued at price, par, issued at par, issued at discount, and issued at premium. Issued at par means 100 rupees value, that is the nominal value, right? If less than the nominal value or par value, that is called issued at discount. If it is more than the nominal value, if they are issuing, that is called issued at premium. So in this case, the 10,000 equity shares issued at premium 10%. So what is the price of the share? 100 plus 10% means 10 rupees, 110 rupees. Okay. So 25 by 110 into market price of the share is 100 rupees. Okay. This is the issue price. 25 rupees dividend per share, right? In percentage, if you are taking, multiply by 100. So cost of equity is 22 rupees 75, 72%, 72%. If the market price of the equity share, if it is 175, so what is the cost of equity? That is expected rate of dividend. Expected rate of dividend in your equity shareholder, that is 175. So 25 is the dividend per share. So 25 by the market value is 175. So how much it is? 14.28%. So this is the dividend price model. Dividend, under the dividend price model, cost of equity share is 14.28% as the market price, right? Next one, dividend price plus growth model or Gordon's approach. Gordon's approach formula is KE is equal to D by NP plus G, G for growth rate. So what is the assumption underlying this theory? Every year, constant growth rate, dividend will be growing. So this year you are giving 25 rupees. 5% growth will be the next year. You are giving more dividend, 5%, like that, right? So that is the growth model concept. So here, formula KE is equal to D by NP plus G. Cost of equity capital, dividend per equity share, everything same, only the thing growth you have to add. Growth is the growth in expected dividend. See this problem. A company plans to issue 10,000 new shares of rupees 100 each at a par. The flotation costs are expected to be 4% of the share price. The company pays a dividend of rupees 12 per share initially, and growth in dividends is expected to be 5%. Compute the cost of new issue of equity shares. See, now calculate it. D is how much it is? In 12%, this is 100%. So flotation cost you have to deduct it. Issue price is 100 minus flotation 4 rupees, that is 96 rupees. Dividend per share is 12 rupees. If you are calculating this, the answer is cost of equity is 17.5% under this model. Then next one, what is the given? If the current market price of an equity share is 120, So here we have taken issued price. Market price, if we have taken, what is the cost of equity? That is 15%. Instead of this par value, you have to take market price 15%. Okay. Next one is earning price approach. Earning price approach, that is earnings per share. Instead of dividend, we have to take earnings per share. That is earning price approach, right? The formula is K is equal to E is earning per share divided by net profits of an equity share. See this problem. The firm is considering expenditure 75 lakhs for expanding its operation. The relevant information, that is number of existing equity share 10 lakhs, market value of the existing share rupees 100, net earnings rupees 100 lakhs. Compute the cost of existing equity share capital and of new equity capital, assuming that new shares will be issued at a price of rupees 92 per share and the cost of new issue will be rupees 2 per share. Okay, so here what is the formula? Earnings per share we have to calculate. So earnings per number of existing equity share 10 lakh. Okay, market value of the existing share 100 rupees, net earnings 100 rupees. So 100 lakhs. So 100 lakhs divided by equity share capital is, existing share capital is 10 lakhs. Number of equity share. Okay. So market value of the existing share is 100 lakhs divided by 10 lakhs. So what is the earnings per share? 10 rupees. Okay, net earnings is 100 lakhs. So 100 divided by 10 lakhs. Okay, so 10 rupees per share. If you calculate in percentage, that is 10%. Cost of equity is 10%. So instead of taking the nominal value, if you are taking as here, assume that the price is 92 per share and the cost of new issue will be 2 per share. So cost of floating charge, that you have to deduct it. 92 minus 2, 90 rupees. So 10 by 90 rupees. So cost of equity in the second case is 11.11%. This is under earnings price approach. Next one is capital asset pricing model. CAPM model is very, very famous model and important model also. CAPM model that adjusts the risk adjusted model or expected return model, risk adjusted expected return model. Higher the risk, higher the expected return from the project. In this calculation, we used to measure risk. Risk is measured in terms of beta, company's risk. Company's risk, we have to take it in the industry risk also. The beta value we used to take 0, we can assign 0 to 1, right? That is the risk. Here, see the formula. KE, cost of capital, is equal to RF. RF means risk-free asset. Risk-free asset means, say for example, government bonds, short-term marketable securities, they have risk-free marketable securities, right? That is 10% or 15% risk-free. Expected risk-free securities plus B means beta, risk company risk we are measuring into RM. RM means expected return on the market price, market share minus RF means risk-free rate in risk-free rate. That is the formula, right? KE is equal to RF plus beta into RM minus RF, right? So expect KE, that is RF means expected return on risk-free securities. RM means expected return on the market. B is the systematic risk. There are various types of risk: systematic risk, unsystematic risk, or diversifiable risk, or non-diversifiable risk. There are various categories of risk are there. Systematic risk is generally, say for an example, if you are taking cement industry, the same risk will be involved for company A or company B or company C, those who are in that cement industry, right? That is systematic risk, right? So that risk you have to calculate. See here, take this problem, you will understand. Ashoka Fantasies Limited is a well-established company. Current market share price is 50. Dividend payout has been increasing at 15% per annum in recent years. Last dividend paid was 5. The beta of the firm is 1.25. The expected market return is 20%, while the investment in government securities provides 8%. Risk-free investment expected rate is 8%. Find the cost of equity under CAPM model. So this is the formula. KE is equal to RF plus beta into RM minus RF. This is called risk premium. We used to say RM minus RF means risk premium. So here risk-free RF means risk-free interest rate is 8%, plus beta is given 1.25. Expected rate of return, equity return is 20%, minus risk-free is 8%. If you calculate, your cost of equity is 23%. Cost of equity capital is 23% under CAPM model. Okay. You understand this? The next one is this cost of equity will be the same for retained earnings also. Okay. Then preference capital, nothing, it is a fixed rate of dividend. Similarly, cost of debt is fixed rate of dividend. If it is taxes involved, means cost of debt to capital is equal to 1 minus tax rate. Right? That is the formula. See here, KD is the, if it is issued at premium or discount. Premium means more than the par value. 100 rupees is the par value. If it is issued at premium means 110 or 5 rupees, right? Issued at discount means 95 rupees or 90 rupees. That is the issued at discount. So in that case, how to calculate the cost of debt? See this problem. A Limited issues 10 lakhs 8% debentures at par. The tax rate applicable to the company is 50%. Compute the cost of debt to capital. First case, see here, what is the formula? KD is equal to 1 by NP means net profits of your debt to capital into 1 minus tax rate. So here, what is the interest? Interest is 8%. 10 lakhs into 8%, that is 8,000, divided by how much debentures? That is net profits value, that is 1 lakh, isn't it? Rupees 10 lakhs, 8% debentures at par. Tax rate is 1 minus 5, 50%. Number of debenture. Here 1 lakh is number of debenture. That is 10 lakhs is the total value. Okay, 100 rupees if you are taking 100 or 10 rupees. 8% debentures per. Okay, 10 rupees if you are taking number of debentures is 1 lakh. Okay, so 8,000 divided by net profits of the value is number of value. You calculate it, 8,000 divided by 1 lakh. I think I did mistake. 10,000 divided by 10 lakhs. See here, I have made mistakes here. You change it, instead of 10 lakhs, take it as 1 lakh. Okay. I have made a mistake. Net profits means total value of the debentures, that is 1 lakh. Okay. So 8,000 divided by 1 lakh into 1 minus tax rate 50%. So cost of debt to capital in this case 4%. Next one, B Limited issues 1 lakh 8% debentures are issued at premium 10%. Tax rate is 60%. So in that case, you have to take 1 lakh plus premium is 10% means 10,000. So 1 lakh 10,000 is the net profits value. 8,000 divided by 1 lakh 10,000 into 1 minus tax rate is 60%. Second case is 60%. So the cost of debt to capital is 2.91%. Third case, issued at discount. Issued at discount means 1 lakh into 8%, 5% discount. So 5,000 deducted, 1 lakh minus 5,000, that is 95,000. So 8,000 divided by 95,000 into 1 minus 5%, that is 3.37%. The next one, B Limited issues 1 lakh 9% debentures at a premium of 10%. The cost of flotation are 2%. The tax rate applicable is 50%. So second one, the next one is debentures issued at premium. Flotation cost is also given. So here issues 1 lakh, premium 10%. Uh, 10% means 10,000. So here I did mistake here. Here 1 lakh. Here 10,000. Net proceeds, that is flotation cost 2%. So 2% means 90,000. 1 second. Sir, I call you after 5 minutes, sir. Here I did some mistake. Net proceeds value is 1,78,000, not 10 lakh. Okay. One lakh 9% debentures at a premium. 9% means rate of interest is not 90,000, 9,000. Take 9,000 is the debenture interest. This one is 1,10,000 premium. Flotation cost 2%. So 2,000 deducted. 1,10,000, 1,08,000, not 78,000. 1,08,000. Okay, now you calculate it. 9,000 divided by 1,08,000 into 1 minus 50% tax rate. What is the answer? Can you say anyone? 9,000 divided by 1,08,000 into 50%. 4.17. Correct. Here I did some mistakes. That's the problem. Okay. Do you understand this? 1 lakh is the debenture par value. 10,000 is the premium value. Okay. So here 9,000 is the debenture amount. That is 9% into 1 lakh. That is 9,000. Net proceeds value is 1 lakh plus 10,000 minus 2 flotation charge 2,000, 2%. So 1 lakh 8,000. So into 1 minus tax rate. So cost of debt is 4.17%. These are the 4 case circumstances we have calculated here. Okay. Then cost of preference share capital. The formula is KP is equal to DP by NP. So you have to calculate here. Weighted average cost of capital, we have to take weight, that is KO is equal to all individual cost of capital, we have to bring it together, total overall cost of capital, like this, right? Cost of, what is the formula? Cost, KD means cost of debt to capital into weighted cost of debt to capital plus, otherwise this weighted average cost of capital I teach you next class tomorrow. Okay. Only this one I teach you, and then we will go for next chapter. Right? I'm already getting time. Can we wind up? Particularly if I teach you don't understand this weighted average cost of capital, usually next class we will see. Okay? Okay, bye. Wind up the class.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly teach the CAPM in the next class again.
Yes, ma'am. It is already available in our website. I have uploaded already. You can download it.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
can you please tell me where you uploaded this PPT in the
In our
website?
website distance education, you go there and see here. DD under the menu, student services is there, no?
Okay.
Wait, I tell you. Okay, next class I tell you. Next class I tell you where it is. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Bye, bye.
Is anybody over there? Hello, is anybody over there? Yeah, Jagdish, can you please say when is our next class?
From 2 p.m. today. Hello? From 2 p.m. today.
Okay, then this is our lunch break, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
From 2
thank you.
p.m. again up to 4 p.m. it will be.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, students. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very good to all of you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just wait for a few minutes. So let others join. Then we'll class.
Yes, sir.
Hello, students. Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Start now.
Please.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you.
Good
And
afternoon.
I am Dr. Nizamuddin here. We are going to discuss about marketing management. Okay. So hope by this time all of you must have received your study material, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
No, I do not know if anyone has not received it, but still we have all the soft copies on the website. You can download and make use of it. But if you have not received, you can send a mail to DD helpdesk pondiuni.ac.in. So immediately we'll respond it and we'll find it out why you have not received your study material. Okay. Otherwise, I hope most of you must have received the study material by this time. And if not, then you can take the help of the soft copies. And today we are going to discuss about marketing management. Second semester. Let me start my PPT. Yes, ours is marketing management. MBA CA 2003 code number, paper code is, and second semester. Okay.
Sir, we received the material in 2002, sir.
You have received material for 2002, not
Okay,
3. Okay, anyway, we'll see to that. You can write a mail to that helpdesk. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We'll check it out. Otherwise, you can call us. So we'll let you know what is the problem, why you have not received 2003. Let us start now. Unit 1. It starts from basic concepts of marketing, definition of marketing, different concepts, orientation of marketing, difference between marketing and selling, marketing environment, marketing mix, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. These are the unit 1 we are going to discuss. So let us see first what is the basic concepts in marketing. As you know that the marketing you cannot separate it from any kind of business. The moment an entrepreneur thinks about business, he has to think about marketing. You see the shirt you are wearing, the wristwatch you are wearing, the cell phone you have, email, everywhere. Day to day life, you must see that wherever you go, lots of advertisement, hoardings, banners, and everywhere marketing. They are trying to make attention, bring the attention of the customer towards their product. So, what is marketing? And this is a very common term, and almost all of you know what exactly marketing is. But let us know. Any one of you can say me what do you mean by marketing? Anyone? Because once I ask marketing, many people have many concepts in marketing. They will say in different way. Let us know what exactly marketing is. First, let me understand from you, your point of view, what marketing is. Anyone?
It's a sale.
Okay. You mean sale is marketing?
Buying and selling.
Anyone else?
To convince one to buy a product.
To convince one to buy a product. That means you are convincing a customer to buy your product, right?
Yes.
Anything else? Anyone? It's very simple. Whatever you understand, whatever you think, you can be. All right. Can be.
Sir, sound is distorting.
Sound is distracting. Not clear?
It's breaking, sir.
We'll check it out. Why? Give me 1 minute time. I'll find it out.
So, okay, so now go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No problem. Okay, we'll continue. So what marketing is, as someone of you say that convincing a customer to buy a product. Someone said that it is selling. These are the very narrow concept. Like selling is a part of marketing. And as you say that convincing a customer, that is also part of marketing. You are trying to sell the product. But what marketing is exactly? If you understand marketing, then it will be easier for you to sell your product. So until unless you are clear about marketing, then it will be very difficult to market your product. So marketing is Someone says that it is selling, someone says that it is convincing the customer, someone says that like it is a traditional.
Sir, voice is not very clear. It's breaking in between.
It's breaking in between.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, some internet issues, sir. It will stable, sir.
Yeah, internet issue maybe.
Some stable.
Okay. Then if you understand what exactly marketing is, if you ask different people, they will give different kind of definition. But all are correct. Those are the part of marketing. But what exactly marketing is? Marketing is to understand the customer first, customer's needs. You need to understand the need of the customer. The core concept is to understand the need of the customer and to identify their need and to make a product which satisfies their need. Okay. By creating value for the customer as well as for you. As a marketer, you should have create value for yourself as well as for the buyer also. How you will make value for them and satisfying the need of the customer by giving the value product and creating a long-term relationship with the customer. What is that? Creating relation. If you are not creating relation with your customer, then once your product is sold, after that they will not have any contact with you or they will not come back to you. So there is a relationship concept. You need to create a relation with the customer. First of all, identify the need of the customer and to satisfy his need by creating the value product and making profit for each other. Each other in the sense satisfying the customer by giving the product which he is expecting, whatever he pays, the price, he should be satisfied with that one. That I am paying this much, so I am satisfied by getting the product. So similarly, what you are getting profit out of it. Profit in the sense not only by selling the product, rather you are satisfying the customer's need. Customer is satisfied, you are earning profit. And customer is happy that he is getting the value of his money. So satisfying the need of the customer, creating value for each other, as well as the creating a long-term relationship. Until unless you make a relationship with the customer, you cannot retain your customer. That we'll discuss later on. You see, the term marketing derived from the term market, which refers to a group of people. That means buyer and seller, where buyer and the sellers are there and exchange process takes place. But if you see nowadays, exchange process is not sufficient. There has to be innovation in your product. Until unless there is innovation, it will be difficult to sell your product. Marketing has been described in various ways. So someone says that it's a selling, someone says that it is advertising. So different way it is being described. But let's see, marketing is an art, it is a science, it is an exchange process, it is a function of business, it is a process of relationship. So what marketing exactly do? Meet customers' need and create value for the customer. But we are the meeting whatever the customer needs, what is the customer's wants, you have to fulfill that. Then creating value for the customer by making the value added product and generating customer satisfaction at a profit. You are earning profit and customer is also satisfied. Then building relationship with customer. You are creating a relationship with the customer so that they will come back. You will retain the customer and meeting competition as well as you see that there are a lot of competition for each and every product. So you have to meet the competition. How will you meet the competition? By integrated marketing, like all 4 P's, like product, price, place, and promotion. Everywhere there has to be some kind of innovation, or in your product some kind of differentiation has to be there. Then only you can compete with your competitors. Is it clear? So let us see next the definition of marketing. As you see that Felice Kotler defines marketing is a societal process. It is a societal process. Individual and groups obtain what they need and want. And by creating, offering, and freely exchanging product and services with others. What they say, marketing is a societal process. It's a process in the society which individual and groups obtain what they need and want, whatever they want or whatever they need, and we are fulfilling by creating, offering, and freely exchanging product. By creating a product, you are fulfilling the needs of the individual and groups in the society. So, which creates value for each other. This is defined by Philip Soter, one of the another definition you can see, American Marketing Association, how it is defined. Marketing is an organizational function. It is an organizational function and set of process for creating, communicating, and delivering value to the customer, and for managing customer relationship in a way that benefit for organization and its stakeholder. Almost similar kind. In first and second definition, you can say some additional things are there. Marketing is an organizational function. As I told that, marketing is a science, it's an art, it's a relationship, it's a process, it's an organizational function. So, as per the American Marketing Association, marketing is an organizational function and a set of process. Process for what? For creating, communicating, and delivering value. You are creating the product and communicating to your customer and delivering value to the customer. And for managing customers' relationship. Again, I said that relationship is also very important. You are managing customer relationship in a way that benefit the organization and its stakeholder. It will be beneficial for both the party, for the customer as well as stakeholder. Beneficial in the sense you are earning profit by selling your product, and customer is getting satisfaction buying the product. He feels that whatever price I have paid for that, I am getting the value of it. So for example, if you go to a restaurant and spend 200 rupees for a lunch, if you are not satisfied, not happy with the lunch which you have taken, you will say that, oh, it is a waste of my money. But if you are satisfied, you say that, oh, I got the value of my money. So customers should get satisfaction as well as the organization should get profit out of it. Similarly, one more definition you can see, Chartered Institute of Marketing defines marketing is the management process. Here in the American Marketing Association, you can see the marketing is an organizational function. Here, this is marketing is the management process for identifying, anticipating, and satisfying customer requirement profitably. Almost everywhere you can see that it is to satisfy the customer, the key value for the customer. Ultimately, what customer is getting the value for the price which is paying. In general, you can say marketing consists of the strategies and tactics used to identify, create, and maintain satisfying relationship with customer that result in value for both the customer and marketer. If you summarize one, this is the just you can say marketing consists of the strategies and tactics. What is strategies and tactics? What is strategy? Actually, strategy derived from the military dictionary, like one general commanding its soldiers to achieve its target, to win the battle. Okay, it came from the military term. But in business also similarly, you can say here also kind of war, business war, it goes on. So you need to create a strategy to achieve your goal. Whatever you set the goal to achieve that one, you need to create the strategy. And it tactics. Tactics means how you are making the strategy and implementing that one. Marketing then consists of the strategy tactics used to identify the needs of the customer, what customer wants, and to create the value for the customer and to maintain satisfying relationship with customer. You need to maintain satisfying relationship with the customer so that customer will be satisfied from your product. Again, once again, he will come back to similar kind of product that result in value for the both customer and marketer. Which result value for the customer means customer is satisfied by buying the product, and market is satisfied by getting the profit. Is it clear? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it clear? Marketing is?
Yes.
Yes.
Ultimately, marketing is, you can see that, to identify the need of the customer. Until unless you identify the need of the customer, you cannot satisfy him. Once you identify the need of the customer, then you can create a product for him and create a value for each other, and to satisfy his needs, customer's need, and creating satisfying relationship, maintaining satisfying relationship with the customer, which will be valuable for both, by getting profit and satisfying the customer. This is about marketing. Now let us see what are the marketing different functions. We divide into three broad headings. One is called as exchange functions, physical distribution function, and facilitating function. Exchange function, what is there? Buying and selling. Okay, and what is that? Here the customer exchange, customer pays money to the seller and get the product. Ensuring that what product offering are available in sufficient quantity to meet the customer's demand. Marketer should ensure that whenever customer wants, wherever customer wants, it should be available. And to meet the customer demand, using advertising, personal selling, and sales promotion. By using these kind of things, you can promote your product and make your goods and services to the customer. Whatever customers want, your product should match their with their needs and satisfy the customer by exchanging the product to them. Similarly, physical distribution function, what is that? Transporting and storing. Transporting of product from the manufacturer point to production point to location convenient for the purchaser, like warehousing or the retail store. So transportation and storing in the warehousing. These are the functions of marketing, physical distribution function. Similarly, facilitating function. What are those? Standardizing and grading, financing, risk taking, and securing market information. Here, what in standardizing and grading, what you are doing as per the requirement of the customer, like ensuring that product meet established quality and quantity of control, quantity control standard of size, weight, and so on. Whatever the size or weight the customer need, you need to make as per their requirement, and you can standardize as per their requirement. And financing in the sense like credit, like EMI system you are giving, you must have aware of it that EMI is very popular. Financing in that way, you can get the financing. And risk taking in the sense like insurance. If you have done insurance, you will be getting your product will be insured. And securing marketing information. These are the functions of marketing. Is it all right? Shall we proceed further?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See,
Yes,
here
sir.
I give you one case study. All of you are aware of that Oyo hotels. Have you heard Oyo?
Yes, sir.
Oyo group?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. How it started, you know? Oyo group is started by the one 18 years old young man. He started this Oyo hotel group. What he has done? 2013, Ritesh Agarwal launched a hospitality business called as Oyo. That is coming under the banner of like Oravel Group, Oravel Stays Private Limited. And this company was then launched mainly to provide budget hotel accommodation to the tourists who have interest in staying in different locations. So Mr. Ritesh Agarwal, what he has done, he visited around 100 numbers of like bread and breakfast homes, guest houses, small hotels, etc. He visited for 3 months to get the experience of the hotels. So after visiting 3 months, what he found that there is no awareness among the this tourists regarding the budget hotels. Whenever they go for any destination, it is very difficult for them to such the accommodation. So first of all, there is no much awareness in the tourist, and secondly, there is no standardization in even though there are the budget hotels or lodges and bread and breakfast uh, uh, houses, but still there is no standardization. It is found that there is no standard is maintained in that one. So in that case, Mr. Agarwal, Ritesh Agarwal decided to give them a face. Oravel, which owns the brand Oyo, partnered with budget hotels. What is it? He partnered with the budget hotels. Are you aware that whether Oyo is having any of your own hotels or not?
No hotels.
They don't have own hotels. So what they do, they make partnership with budget hotels and other low cost accommodation option in order to ensure similar guest experience to the this tourist. So what he did, he partnered with the budget hotels and create a marketed as a OYO rooms. Booking can be done through Make My Trip, TripAdvisor, different reservation portal. Through that you can book the hotel, and it became very popular for the this youngsters like unmarried bachelors. For them, it is OYO is very popular. So not only in India, even they have open country also, like in Sri Lanka, Dubai, etc. They have made it, and India, like holiday destinations, Goa, Kerala, and many other places, they have opened the holiday homes also. So what I mean to say that here there is a innovation. Even though Mr. Ritesh Agarwal doesn't have his own hotel, but still he made an idea and he has innovated idea, and he has made the Oyo Group, and which is very successful today. So in case of marketing, you need to be very innovative. Until unless there is innovation in your product, then customer will not be uh, coming to buy your product. So function, now you have understood what are the functions of marketing. Next we'll go. So marketing, what are the concepts? Like you will see that needs, wants, and demands. For example, what is needs? Whenever you want to have something, you you are thirsty. What is your need? Need to quench your thirst. It comes once need is identified, then wants. What you want to have, like you can go for mineral water, you can go for normal water, you can go for soft drink, you can go for fruit juices, etc. are available. And whichever you are demanding, whichever you want, you are buying, that creates a demand. So first of all, need comes, need is there, want, and will be converted to demands. So it is concepts are like market their product, value and satisfaction, and exchange transaction. But the process it takes, when there is a demand, you need a product. Product should satisfy your need. Then there will be exchange. Exchange in the sense you have to buy from the market. So this is the basic concept in marketing. Next, you will see that here the most basic concept of the marketing is the human needs. You have many needs like physical needs, social needs, spiritual needs, and so on. Similarly, here when you need a product, so it should satisfy your requirement. Next, the important thing, we'll see that evolution of marketing, how marketing has been evaluated, or history of marketing, or you can say era of marketing. Anyway, the question may comes in different way. Evolution of marketing, history of marketing, different eras in marketing. So you should not be confused with this one. You see different types of era. Initially, you can basically find different types, 6 types you can make it. First is era. What has happened was of like after war, it was there's no shortage of So there is a need of mass production. In this case, they focus into the production area. So without wasting any this material, they need to create maximum product so that it should satisfy the needs. Once production era is over, after World War, you can see that product era came. When the products are available, but quality of product is also very important. So in the product era, what they do, they focus on the product quality. So once sufficient number of products are available, customer they want that quality product. Here I will give you one example of this Kodak camera. Have you heard about Kodak camera?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, Kodak camera. Is there in market nowadays Kodak camera?
No, sir. Not really.
No.
Not really. Some year before, the Kodak was one of the very important player in the camera market, is it? Mechanical.
Yes, sir.
When Kodak has launched, by the time camera was very popular. But what happened to Kodak? Nowadays it's not there. When the technology has changed, when customer wants advanced technology like digital product, Kodak company could not launch in time. So he delayed in launching its digital product. By the time, there's some other companies like Canon, Nikon, Sony, all this they have entered into the market. So people started accepting other company product. They rejected Kodak this mechanical camera. When Kodak launched with a digital camera, it failed in market because whenever customer needs it, you need to make the product as per their to satisfy their requirement. If you are failed to do that, you are not able to update your technology, then your product will not be accepted by the market. Like for example, you must have heard about the ambassador car. Is there in such type of car in India? Ambassador car. Have you heard? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard about ambassador car?
Yes,
Is
yes.
it being worked on right now? No, because they could not upgrade their technology. So it has been eliminated from the market. Similarly, Premier company car, nowadays it is not in market because they have killed the product. They could not upgrade the product as per the latest requirement of the customer, or they could not change the adapt the latest technology. So this is product era. What they focus into the quality of product. Here, one more thing I need to tell you. The one term is called as marketing myopia. What is marketing myopia? You should not be obsessed with your product so much that you will forget about other things. Product is important. Product quality is important. At the same time, you need to focus other things also. Okay, like distribution, like availability of product, then pricing, all these factors you need to consider. If you are focusing only the product quality, then that is called as marketing myopia. You should not forget other aspect of marketing. So once product era is over, next around product era started in 1920. Around 1930, sales era started. Sales era here, products are available, then quality product is there, but people find it difficult to sell the product. So sales technique, they adopted sales technique, which is called sales era. They adopted so many types of like advertising, different ways they try to sell the product. And sales era is ever later on it came to marketing era. Only selling the product is not sufficient because if I have the product and where the product is available with me, if I want to sell to someone, why customer will buy? Because they don't need that product. Until unless your customer needs are identified, then it will be very difficult to sell the product. So identifying need came in the marketing era. Identifying the need of the customer, creating value for the product, and satisfying the need of the customer and creating a relationship with the customer and creating value for each other. So this came in marketing era. And do you think that marketing of product after that nothing to be done? It is sufficient? No. Creating a relationship marketing is important. You must have seen that many of the some of the good restaurant or shopping mall, if you have visited there, they must have given a feedback form. What they do, they will collect the data, and one fine day in your birthday or marriage anniversary, you will be receiving the many happy returns of the day. You will be surprised to see that companies, the so and so shopping center is remembering you on your birthday. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to create relationship with the customer. And sometimes what they do, whenever there is the anniversary sale or discount sale, something there, they will try to, you are our valued customer, so we are offering discount on our product. You may visit to our showroom. The way that is, they are trying to create the relationship with the customer. After that, again, you can see the societal concept. Next concept, you can see that societal concept. Societal concept in the sense, marketing of product is not sufficient, creating relationship is not sufficient. You need to take care of the society. For example, you if you are making business, you should avoid the rules and regulation, and you have to avoid the law of the nation. If you are making a company, you have to register as a company under the company law. If you are making partnership, you need to register under partnership act. So you have to follow the rules and regulation law of the country, as well as ethical thing you need to do. Like if you are making an industry, it should not pollute the society. You should take the clearance certificate. So you have certain responsibility to the society. So that is called as societal concept. So there are many more concepts, like you can say green marketing concept, digital concept, so many concepts it can be included there. But in general, these are the basic concepts in different areas in marketing. Is it clear? Any doubts?
No, sir.
You have to respond. You should be interactive. Otherwise, there is no point of discussing, only talking. If you have understood, let me know. Otherwise, I will try to clarify it. Okay.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Understood,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, we'll see the marketing process. How the process was done. Like I told you that marketing is a strategic and tactics. First, strategy formulation. You need to make the strategy. Once you have decided to do the business or marketing, you need to formulate your strategy. Again, a strategy, what is that? Your goal, whatever you are deciding, you need to achieve your target. For that, you have to make certain steps or strategy to be formulated. Once strategy formulation is there, then you need to go for marketing planning. How you will do, what is the product, how will the price, all these things you need to plan according to that one. How much capital you require, what is the raw material, everything you have to plan. Once you plan, then you go for program, allocating and budgeting. You need to allocate the budget for that one. Then once budget is allocated, then you can go for implementation. Once it is implemented, next step is you need to monitor and audit. If there is anything wrong, then you analyze it. Then you go for change the marketing strategy formulation. So once monitoring and auditing everything is being done, implementation is done, then you go for again the further strategy. This is the different process in different steps in marketing process. Like here you can see that strategy formulation, then marketing planning. Next you can do marketing programming, allocating and budgeting, then market implementation, monitoring, auditing, and analysis and research. You have to analyze this, you have to do the research. If anything wrong, again you have to go back to the first stage, then you can rectify your problem. Then another important thing is difference between marketing and selling. Many of you are confused. What selling is like. I asked initially, someone says that what is marketing? It is selling of product. So marketing versus selling. What is marketing and what is selling? And most of the time, the examination point of view also, this is one of the important question. It comes in examination. So what are the difference between selling and marketing? You can see the selling one side, marketing one side. Selling starts with the seller. What to do? Seller here manufacture the product and you want to sell. It starts from seller only. But if you see the market, it starts with the buyer. Because you are identifying the need of the customer. So it starts from the buyer, not from the seller. What seller need to do? Identify the need of the customer as per his requirement to make the product and how much he is capable to pay. That you need to think it. Then pricing, you have to make the product. So in case of selling, it starts with the seller. In case of marketing, it starts with the buyer. And similarly, seller is the center of business universe. In case of selling, seller is the center of business universe because the seller is the key person. He has made the product. He wanted to sell his product, and he will decide how much you need to, how much profit he want. He is the main key person in the business. Whereas in case of marketing, buyer is the center of business universe because everything is you are focusing to buyer. How much buyer can pay. Otherwise, your product will not be sold. So, capacity to pay by the customer. You need to think it as per the pricing policy. You need to formulate. So, buyer is the central business universe. By seeing the buyer's need, how much he is ready to pay, based on that, where he wants to get the product, distribution, everything you need to do as per the buyer's point of view. So in case of selling, you can see emphasis on sellable surplus. What is sellable surplus? Because why you are selling the product? Because we have a surplus review. Without identifying the need of the customer, you have made the product. Now you want to sell the product. So emphasis on sellable surplus. Surplus product you want to sell. In case of marketing, emphasis on identifying of customers' needs. In case of marketing, what you are doing? You are not surplus, you are not selling. You are identifying the need based on their requirement. You are making the product. Okay. So similarly, in case of selling, concern itself with the just techniques to attract customer. What you are doing? You are applying the technique to attract the customer. Okay. What you are doing? You are luring the customer. You are asking him to. You say that I'll give 10% discount. This is the some discount, some like additional benefit I will give you. So in that case, you are attracting customer. You are applying the technique to attract the customer. But in case of marketing, what you are doing, you are fulfilling the need of the customer. Whatever the customer need, you have identified and you are trying to fulfill that. So to satisfy the customer. In case of selling, it is just you are trying to sell the product. Buy one, get one. Discount. So like this, you are trying to sell the product to the customer. But in case of marketing, it is not such. So in case of selling, views business as a good producing process. What you seller thinks that selling a product is a good producing process, but in case of marketing, it is a customer satisfying process. What you are doing, you are satisfying the customer need. But in case of selling, what you are thinking, it is a good producing because manufacturer produce the and he wanted to earn profit, he sets the price and he sells the product. But that is not called as marketing. That is called selling. But in case of marketing, it is a business as customer satisfaction. You are making a product to satisfy the customer. Then next, in case of selling, overemphasis the exchange aspect without caring for the value satisfaction. You are emphasizing your exchange aspect. You are getting money, giving the product. You are forgetting about the value satisfaction, whether the customer satisfied with the price which he has paid. But in case of marketing, what you are doing, your concern is primarily and truly with the value satisfaction. What you are doing, you are trying to satisfy their customer by creating the value for the customer. But in case of selling, it is not that you are not bothered about the value satisfaction. In case of selling, emphasis on existing technology. In case of marketing, emphasis on innovation. Existing technology in case of selling, because we have only manufactured product. And whatever technology by that time was there, you have manufactured product. But in case of selling, it is the old technology. So in case of marketing, cost determined by the price. Cost determined the price in the sense seller has spent some price, some cost, and based on price, based on that he needs some profit. So suppose for example, the cost of the manufacturing price of the product is 50 rupee, 10 rupee profits he needs, he will make it 60 rupee. But in case of marketing, consumer determines the price. You cannot say that 60 rupee I will sell, customer will buy. Customer will not buy because he thinks that it is the cost is higher. So consumer determines price here. How much he is ready to pay for similar kind of product. So in case of selling, emphasis on somehow selling. What you are doing, somehow you sell the product. Like China product. Once the product is sold, there is no guarantee warranty. So after that, if any fault comes, there is no warranty for. But in case of marketing, emphasis on integrated marketing. Integrated marketing in the sense covering 4 P's. 4 P's in the sense product, price, place, and promotion. You are giving emphasis on all the product quality also, pricing also, distribution also, and promotion also. You are communicating to the customer about your product. So you are taking care of all the 4 P's. But in case of selling, it is somehow selling. They are adopting some kind of technique to sell the product. So in case of selling, seller views customer as the last link. But in case of marketing, views customer as the very purpose of business. How it is the last link? Because in case of selling, once your product is sold, you say that, oh, my product has been sold. After that, you don't bother for that in case of selling. But in case of marketing, after sales, you are giving guarantee and warranty and after sales service also. So you say that this is the starting point of business. Once you give the value-added product to your customer, you satisfy their need, you give them after sales service, then they will come back, they will retain the customer. But in case of selling, the seller thinks that once product is being sold, so my business is over. So these are the few differences between selling and marketing. Is there any doubt? Are you clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll proceed further. Okay. Next, you can see the marketing framework. So, center of the things you can there target consumer. That means customer. Around the customer, what is there? 4 P's of marketing like product, price, place, promotion. So, integrated marketing, you need to focus for product, quality of product, price, then promotion, then place. That means distribution. Around that, you can see like marketing strategy formulation, marketing planning, marketing implementation, marketing control, then marketing analysis. You have to strategy formulation you have to do. Around that, you can see that were there marketing intermediaries like wholesaler, retailers, publics in the customer, buyer, competitor, and supplier. They are the part of. In large part, you can see the marketing environment. Like you can see demographic environment, economic environment, technological environment, natural environment, socio-cultural environment, political legal environment. It is surrounded by, in that way, it is surrounded by the marketing environment. Around that, you can see marketing, public, supplier. Besides that, you can see the strategy formulation, then 4 P's of, then target customer. This is the framework of basic framework of marketing. Next one important concept is marketing mix. Have you heard about marketing mix?
Sir.
Yeah. What is other? Otherwise, it is called as marketing mix. Is called as what? The other name of marketing mix? You do not know. That is called as 4 P's of marketing. Traditional 4 P's of marketing. What are the 4 P's of marketing mix are 4 P's of marketing. If you see your cover page of your book, you can see 4 P's. Study material cover page, you can see there are 4 P's of marketing are there. So that is called as marketing mix. What are the 4 P's? Product, price, promotion, place. Is there any, have you heard about any other P's or only 4 P's you have heard? Are you aware of any other P's? Have you heard about 7 P's? Anyone? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No, you are not about there are total 7 P's and 8 P's also, but traditionally there are 4 P's which are popularly called the marketing mix. 4 P's are product, price, place, promotion, and when marketing services is included, that one marketing is not only for the goods, it can be services, it can be people, it can be place. So marketing of goods, services, place, ideas, people, anything it can. So in case of marketing services, the other 3 P's are there, like people, process, and physical evidence. Can you tell me what is the difference between goods and services? Anyone? Or any example of goods and services? What do you mean by services?
Goods can be seen, but services are not seen.
Services cannot be seen. Goods can be seen.
And services provided to the clients like Wipro can be the consultancy services,
Yes.
which help to build the software to the clients.
Okay. And goods?
Goods which we sold out, there's a material which require the material and the
Yes.
labor.
Main difference is a tangible product and tangible and intangible. Service is intangible, which you cannot see. But in case of physical goods, you can see, touch, feel, and see. Okay. Is it clear? So it is services is like intangible, but goods are tangible. Okay. So in case of services, there are other 3 P's like people, process, and physical evidence that we'll discuss later on. Now you focus on this. Marketing is 4 P's of marketing. So first P is product. Second is price. Third is promotion. And fourth is distribution. So otherwise you can say place is third is distribution. Fourth is last is promotion. Okay. Product. What do you mean by product? Now you tell me, what do you understand by a product? As I told you, it's a tangible, like product can be goods and services. It can be people. It can be idea. It can be solution. Okay. Like someone now says that Wipro is providing solutions to their customer. That's also a product. So it can be tangible or it can be intangible. What are the elements of product? Like you can see product design, product positioning, product name, branding, packaging, labeling, breadth and depth of the product line. This all we'll discuss in second unit in detail. What is the breadth and depth of the product, levels of product, then warranty, new product development process, product life cycle. We'll be discussing in second unit in detail. So what is a product? It can be tangible and intangible also. It can be goods and services. It can be idea. So product is which satisfy the needs of the customer. So it is you can say that it's a bundle of satisfaction which satisfy the customer's needs. So it has different components like product design, like packaging. You can see that core product on that. For example, you take the case of soap, washing soap or the toiletry soap. Soap is the core product. Over to that, there's a packaging. There you can see the logo, trademark, labeling, all the things you can see. These are the parts of product. So next is price. Price is the price for manufacturer, wholesale, retail selling, terms and conditions, bidding taxes, discount policy, all are coming under pricing. What are the sub-elements of pricing? Terms and conditions, financing, bidding taxes, discount. These are the new product pricing. All these are the part of pricing. And next is promotion. Next we'll discuss about distribution channel. What is the distribution channel? What are the different elements like direct selling, indirect channels, channel length, channel breadth, franchising policy. These are the parts of the sub-elements of the distribution. Distribution in the sense when the customer wants, it should be available to your target customer. Once product is manufactured, then it should be available to the customer. Whoever your target customer, based on that, you need to make your product available. And last one is promotion. Promotion in the sense you need to, by promotion you need to communicate to your customer about your product. So how you are communicating? Through advertising, sales promotion, direct marketing, personal selling, publicity. Through this you are promoting your product to the customer or informing the customer about your product. Okay, these are the 4 pieces of marketing. Or if question comes, what do you mean by 4 pieces of marketing, or what is marketing mix? You can write 4 pieces of marketing. In addition to that, in case of services marketing, there are other 4 pieces, other 3 pieces. Like you can write people, process, and physical evidence, because people who are involved in providing service, they are also very important. So people are the 5th P. The process while providing service, it is also very important. So if process is satisfactory to the customer, then they will be happy to get your service. So similarly, the last is physical evidence. If the physical evidence is, for example, if you go to a restaurant, if the restaurant ambience is very good, it is very neat and clean, healthy atmosphere, then in that case you can see that the service is very good. So you can see that other 3 pieces in case of marketing services, 7 pieces of marketing. When the question comes, what do you mean by marketing mix? You write traditional, there are 4 pieces like product, price, place, promotion. Additional 3 pieces in case of services marketing, people, process, and physical evidence. Okay, is it clear? In detail about the product, price, place, promotion, when other units are there, second unit consists of product. All the details about product will be discussing. Then third unit consists of pricing decision. We'll discuss. Then fourth unit yours is distribution decision, and fifth unit is promotional decision. So these are the fifth other things we can all the based on the 4 pieces we'll be discussing in second, third, fourth, and fifth unit. So till now, is it clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Yes.
Yeah. What we discuss, basic, what is the definition of marketing? What is marketing? Definition of marketing. We have discussed basic concepts in marketing or different era of marketing. Like what are the era of marketing? Like production era, product era, sales era, marketing era, then societal era, relationship era. These are the various era or various concepts in marketing or history of marketing. Then we discussed about the process of marketing. Then functions of marketing we have discussed. Then we have discussed about the evolution of marketing. We discussed marketing process. Then difference between selling and marketing. Then we discuss marketing with 4 pieces of marketing. Till now, any doubt or anything you want to clarify? Anything which you have not understood or any doubt is there, you can ask me. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
So any questions? Any doubt which you want to know, clarify. Next time, next class, I will be asking you question. If you are not asking me question, I will ask you a question. Okay? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
If you have understood, then definitely you will be able to reply me. Okay?
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Others are not responding. Only one or two students are responding. Others, I do not know why.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Haripriya,
sir. Yes, sir.
Kribakaran, clear to you? Dr. Sir,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understood.
okay, fine. If it is alright, then tomorrow we'll discuss again. The leftover, we have to discuss about then consumer behavior and other things we'll discuss tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll discuss for 5 minutes. We'll revise once again. Then we'll go. And I think now time is over. You can go for other classes also. I have other class 3 to 4 again. So shall we leave now?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks to all of
Okay,
you.
sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are you
Good
able to?
afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So, a hearty
Good
welcome
afternoon,
to
ma'am.
all of you for the second semester. This is your first class. Just give me a few seconds. I'll open the share it. Okay.
Okay.
Is the PPT visible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Punita. I'm Assistant Professor of Directorate of Distance Education. So, yes, we are exclusive faculty for you people. So now the class is Human Resources Management. I know just now we have finished Marketing Management. Now we'll be seeing Human Resources Management, HRM, right? Okay. I think there are 73 people. Okay, it's a decent class. It's not very huge or less. So I would like to keep it as a conversational class, right? As it is bad to have an online class because I'm not looking at any of you or I'm not able to connect with you people, whether you are understanding, you are looking, you are online or left. So let us keep it a little bit conversive, but let us not overdo it so that it will interrupt others. Okay. So if I ask anything, you can raise your hand, or one by one you can give the answer, so that we will assure that you are not falling asleep, right? Okay. So let's start the class. Okay. Are you able to see the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have not given you traditional definitions of human resource management. Let's give you an introduction of HR and then let us move on to the definitions, right? See, human resource includes all the resource made up of human. Simple, literary meaning, right? What are the 4 resources of any organization? We call it as 4M, right? Have you studied it in first semester? Can
Yes,
anyone
ma'am.
tell me what are the 4 M's?
Man, money, machinery, and material.
Very good, Hema Malini.
Thank
Man, men, machine, material, and money. Okay. Of these 3 resources are good. That means very obedient. That is money, material, and machine. If you have the money, you can buy the other both, and you can replicate. You can take the returns back from the money. They will listen to what you say. They'll be very obedient. If you want to run the mission for continuously for 3 shifts, 4 shifts, it will work. They are flexible to you. But the 4th M is very critical, right? Men. Men cannot be treated like the other resources. Are we clear here? Any
Yes, ma'am.
any opposition to that? Can you easily manage men? No.
No.
Why is it? Because men have unique thinking skill, which the others doesn't have. Other resources doesn't have. We think, we talk, we react, right? And we get tired. We have limited energy. Okay. So what happens? We become unpredictable. Men are unpredictable. You cannot make your people work the same way every day. Every day the productivity may be different. Every day their behavior may be different. Every day their talking and communication level will be different. So this is why this becomes a critical resource to handle. Right? Why I told you I have not given you a traditional definition is to understand that as human is changing, human resource subject is also evolving every day because human are tend to change, right? So the way we manage them is also continuously changing day by day. So the theory we studied, if you take when I studied MBA, was totally different from what I am teaching you today. We are evolving, right? In a good way. I should say that you people are in a blessed generation where the organizations respect you. Many of the places, maybe some people may not agree, but when compared to our generation, I would say that people respect the employees. People respect that employees have their own goals. People respect that people, in the sense, what I'm meaning is organizations. They respect that the employees also should develop, right? So whatever we have studied as human resource is totally different today. So that's why I've given you 2 definitions just to absorb where we stand in human resource management today. First one is given by Mr. Narayan Murthy. All of you know about him. Such an entrepreneur who has won a lot of best employer awards, right? So what he is saying, you must treat your employees with respect and dignity because in the most automated factory in the world, you need the power of human mind. That is what brings in innovation. If you want high quality minds to work for you, then you must protect the respect and dignity. Can you see the tone, what it was previously and what it is now? This is not about the productivity. This is not about the work you put in. This is about the beautiful minds humans have, which we possess, which is very unique. Even as he says, even in the 100% automated industries, still you need people who can think, who can operate that automated machines, right? If you want them to be the best, then you should learn to treat them with respect and self-dignity. Such a transition from how human employees were treated. Can anyone say what would be the first employment, ancient, the first one? Just imagine and say, when a person could have employed the other person, because we know the evolution, right? How we have been civilized. What we do, we live in groups, human, and we will find some riverside where we have water. Then we will live together as a society. That's how we have civilized, right? Civilizations have evolved. But when this has started, employing other human beings, working for other person, can anyone say?
Agriculture.
Agriculture? No, still I think you can go back.
Hunting.
No, hunting they are not employed, but okay, I'll give you the clue. Actually, slavery was the first where human employed others. Like, see how the pyramids are built. It is, they say that it is inhuman task. It is impossible to employ such a workforce, right? Manage them, squeeze the effort, squeeze the work from them, and build such a magnificent structures, right? How many years, how many stones, how many thousands of people would have worked to build that? So slavery was the first kind, right? So slowly, now see where we are standing, what Narayan Murthy says. From that, being an employee as a slave, now we say that you respect the mind of the employee, right? So human resource management has traveled a long way. That is what I meant to say. Every day we are evolving. Every day we are learning. Every day we are changing, right? Let's see what Stephen Hawking is saying. The automation of factories has already decimated jobs in traditional manufacturing, and the rise of artificial intelligence is likely to extend this job destruction deep into the middle classes, with only the most caring, creative, or supervisory roles remaining. This is the prediction of future. The first definition is present, and what he says is the future. What happens? The factories are getting automated. You have seen like car assembling units, phone assembling units, or any other manufacturing unit. You can see that it is totally artificial intelligence is taking over, like laser hands, right? Any cutting has to be done. You put the design in the computer, laser hand will cut. To such an extent where today surgeries are made by robot hands. Artificial intelligence have taken over the medical industry also. But of course, the doctor will sit and do, that will be robotic hand assisting the doctor to do that, right? So what is left for human then? It is only the roles where caring and creativeness is needed, because that AI cannot do. Can AI care for you when you are sick, you are coughing, you are not well? Your supervisor will come and ask you, are you not well? Do you need any medicine or you want to go home? But the machines will not ask. That is where the roles are still remaining for the human to take over. So we are fast getting into that scenario where machines will take over the industry and human will be left out in fewer places. Fewer designations only will be left out for us to take care in the industries. So this is what we are entering into. In this scenario, how the human resource is, we will see. So other definitions, these are the traditional generic definitions. Just you can go through. I don't want to look long for these things. Actually, this is about, first definition says it is about people dimension in management. How to manage people. That is a traditional definition, right? So in every organization, you can say you cannot escape human. You can, everywhere it is filled with people. You may have machines or material, but money also. But for that, to operate all these things, you need people there, right? So you cannot evade people in any department. So this becomes the resource which is used everywhere is human resource. So what is this human resource management? It is about people's dimension, developing their skills, acquiring, then motivating them to perform, right? The next definition is it's both the work relations, employment relations, and industrial relations. And the third one is HR policies with business strategy. And the last one is governance of organizations, employees. Why I have given you these four? This is what the entire subject is about, right? We are going to see how people are recruited in any organization. That is the first thing any human resource management has to do with, right? So what do? We identify the jobs in any organization. Then we acquire people to fill in that positions. That is called as recruitment, right? So we do recruitment. Then we make them get settled in the job by giving them induction, orientation, training. So slowly we absorb them into the organization. Then what we do? We train them to do the job properly. Once they are trained, they are placed. Once they are placed, after some time, that performance will be evaluated. If you are evaluating their performance, it becomes a continuous process of developing the human resource, HRD, human resource development. Sorry, I'm not well today a little bit. So we develop them. Then what happens? After some time, we give them promotions, transfers. So they are continuing in their career ladder. After some time, what happens? We terminate, retire, or they go out of the job. So this becomes a journey of an employee. So management of human resources is nothing but you start from one point, take care of them till they get out of the organization. Now even we have gone to that step where we take care of them even after they get out of the organization. We counsel them to how to take in the retirement. Because a person, if you're working for 30 years in one organization and suddenly one fine day you are sending them out, it is very difficult to digest that. It is not easy to sit at home after retirement. They feel useless, meaningless. The purpose of life is gone because we have taken the prime life from them to the organization. So it becomes a responsibility of the organization to counsel them on how to take up the life even after retirement. So this is what the human resource is all about. So this is what we are going to read. Just like a story. You take one person, you do all the things, his career life, then how to send him home, right? We will see the entire process. Apart from that, we will see the other stakeholders' relations. That's what the second definition I've given: work relations, employment relations, and industry relations. What is the relationship about? Conflicts, right? If there are people, there will be fight. Obviously, you cannot evade that. So that can be work relations or work conflict or employee conflict between the employees or with the government. So we will be studying about how to maintain relationships between the stakeholders. Then the third one is about the strategies and business policies on how to handle the human resource with empathy. And the last one is the governance of employees. Governance of employees is a highest level. Apart from managing them, how to govern them, how to take care of them, the welfare of the employees. So these are the four major topics we are going to look in the chapter, right? So we have to learn the history of HR. As I told you, that will be very helpful for us to understand how far we have come. So I have given you three chapters where we have seen the evolution. Like first we have been slaves, then laborers. After the revolution, now we call this era as being employees, right? So this is how the graph goes, the evolution of HRM. So you can see after, that is I'm talking about after the personal management has taken over. We are not talking about the ancient slavery period or industrialization period. We are coming out of that. So after that, what happened? So the industrial revolution is the biggest twist, After that, the people have started thinking that you have to respect the human working there. They also have life. That is, I'm not talking about the dignity. This is talking about the lives, right? They started thinking that they will die if you're not giving them proper food, if you're not giving them proper shelter. In winters, in westerns, you can see in winter season, if you're not taking care of the laborers, they will die. So welfare officer will take care that the existence is assured, okay, proper food and shelter. So after 1914, what happened? That becomes as a labor manager. Okay, so apart from the welfare, they also have started voicing out what they want. So labor manager. Slowly it evolved into personnel management, where, as I told you, recruitment and this termination came into the picture. And then the next phase is called human resource management. This is where we have seen, this is the era where we are living. And you are in the next now evolving period of 2000, that is 2K kids, as you say. You are in this era of where people are considered as HR business partners. They are not anymore employees. And what they are called? They are called as human capital. Right? So this is how this has evolved into a very good, picture. And now we call it as HR development instead of HR management. Human resource has to be developed. You cannot just manage them. And another definition I remember, which is very curious, I forgot the entrepreneur who told that definition, but that quote says that every day when 6 o'clock, when my employees get out of my office, my net worth goes to zero. Right? Because he says that the entire asset of my company is the people and the productivity. So this is the era we are living in, right? The history will be a little bit dry, I know, but why I say that you have to learn the history, then only you will be able to appreciate what we have, right? Most of us doesn't appreciate the freedom and independence we have because we don't know the struggle we went to get that. So it is always better if you just turn and look back what we have traveled through. That would be more effective for you to appreciate all the blessings we have. What we are talking about is your father, grandfather, how they have toiled in their workplace and how you people are enjoying now. That's why let us take some 5-10 minutes to see the evolution of this. Okay, right. So this one is HR movements. Given just a timeline, how it has worked. The first I have mentioned, you can see the Hadam studies. Hadam studies is again a big turning point to understand how the people mentality, mindset, you can say, affect the productivity. This is the biggest study, but that was taken for nearly more than 2 years. That was conducted by Hadon. So what he has done, he has taken one industry like telephone exchange, where it was manual in 1800s. Like if you have to give a number, there will be one operator sitting and connecting, literally plugging and pulling the plug into another one number. So that's how you will get connected to another one call. So that was the biggest where a lot of ladies will be working. So what he did in that and in a bank place, he changed the lightings, blue lighting or yellow lighting, green lighting, and he changed the ventilations, right? And also he changed the teams, like 3 ladies and 3 gents and friends together and enemies together, like that. He made a lot of variations and started taking up all the data. So this is how he concluded with a lot of findings that which are lighting or ventilation or teams can affect the productivity because it is, see, that was, it is very hard to believe. That is a regulation they had, that people are not machines. When you give a job, they'll just not go on working. It depends on who is next to me. It depends on how much lighting and air I get. Are able to understand this is a study which has changed the thinking of the capitalist to think that people react to the light, color of the light, aeration, and the friends they are having with. All these things matters to the employees. So in that way, Elton Mayo's Hadam studies is a very important twist in the journey of HR, right? Then what happens in 1930s, when this has come into Hadon studies have come into existence, what happens? People started thinking that, oh right, people also react. Employees, they cannot voice out, but they can show it in the productivity. So that means they have a mind. Psychology has to be studied. So that is how industrial psychology has evolved, right? Why this industrial psychology? A normal psychology, human psychology or behavioral science cannot be taken into account for the people working in the organization, because what we behave outside and what we behave inside the organization is different, right? Do you accept this? Are you the same everywhere? Anyone?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, this is
Yes, ma'am.
all of you are awake. I know this is after the lunch, so okay. So we behave a little different in the organization. Yes. See, you might find me very what do you say? Very calm teaching, but at home I may not be the same. I am such a crazy person at home, right? So this is the psychology we want to display in the organization. Why is that? This is not because of us. This is what the organization demands, right? The role I play is different. There is nothing wrong. It is not that we have alter ego, or it is not that we have some multiple personality disorder, right? You understand that. We are good. We are sane people. But what happens, the role we play is totally different. At home, I'm a mother, right? At home, I'm totally free. I can be crazy. But at university, what happens? I'm a teacher. I have a difference in role, so I cannot show me craziness here. Are you able to understand? That doesn't mean that I'm insane. So this is what the psychology has to be developed, called industrial psychology. How the people behave in the industries, right? Slowly, this has evolved into various branches, and you would have studied about that in organizational behavior in the first semester, right? Studied or not, organizational behavior?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, studied.
Okay. So this psychology branch we have taken into, and slowly this have given us a lot of understanding about how people are behaving in organization, why they are behaving like that. And when we understood that why they are behaving like that, it becomes easier for us to manage them, right? So psychology came into picture. And after that, so what happens? Again, you just think it like a story. After that, some 20-30 years. So as a organization, as an employer, I start understanding you. How I will understand you? I will talk to you. I become friendly. Right? So slowly what happens when I lose that capitalistic role and I'm on par, I respect the employees, what will happen? The request from the employees will arise, right? Like a revolution. They will start demanding what they want, right? What happens if they want something? If someone comes and asks me, I have to get my daughters married, so I need some loan, or I say I need some money from the organization. I need some bonus. I may not give, right? But what if 50 people come and ask me? That becomes a louder voice, right? This is what we call as collective bargaining. Okay, this came into the picture. When people have started claiming their rights, employees have started voicing out in a group, collective bargaining has come. The study of labor relations have come. Trade unions, labor relations, and industrial relations study have slowly evolved, right? Then after that, after that, what do you say, globalization in around 2000, in 1980s, 90s and all, this globalization was another one biggest turning point we had, like automation, computerization and automation. So the kind of workplace itself have changed, right? This manual is gone. All of us have started using the computers. So that gave a new meaning, a new kind of workplace suddenly. Think about the banks prior to computers. There will be big ledgers. This much of big ledger will be there. They have to open it, search for the ledger page. If you want money, they have to put the entry in there. Then they will give you the money. Think about how much work that would have taken. How the place will be filled with papers and dust. But the bank now we see is sophisticated, air conditioned, only computers, no paperwork, right? So this is how the automation and globalization has changed the face of workplace. When the workplace face change, it becomes sophisticated. What will happen to us? We also have changed. We have changed our avatar. We have started grooming us. We have started matching with the workplace. Are you able to understand? Slowly this happened. So after some time, the diversity came in. Globalization have opened the gates, right? So all the people have come to many places. You can work everywhere. Globalization encouraged that. All the technology and other things were exchange. So that opened the gates for other people to get into. A lot of changes happen. And not only that, gender equality has started seeping in very fastly because the literacy rate of women also got higher, and the way of payment, the discrimination in payment that was for thousands of years slowly started fading. It is not totally gone, it is still there, but at least the equality has started seeping in. And you can see that after that, now 1990s and 2000, I need not say what is happening now. You are witnessing how it is, the HR is treated. You know how you are recruited, how you are employed, and how you can see the HR is dedicated. A department is dedicated for the welfare of the employees. Right? So this is about what I have explained. This is about the Hawthorne studies. So it says about the elimination experiments, the relay assembly test room, the interviewing program, and bank wiring observation room. These are the 4 places, 4 kind of studies that has been taken. I have given you a small example of how you feel with these lights changing. See, you can see that your mind reacts to the color of light for every second. But think that what will happen if you are to sit and work in that lighting. So the productivity obviously have changed according to that. Okay, how this is the experiment and the the result of the experiment conducted, right? So control group, if the illumination remained constant, the productivity remained constant. If there is a change, productivity also changed. Okay. If you are interested, you can continue, just go through these studies and learn more about that. This is about the relay assembly test room. This is what I told you about the telephone exchange. They change the working hours, rest periods, lunch break, and the team, and they say that how the social relationship and the working hours affect in the decision making. And the interviewing program of Hawthorne studies have been conducted 20,000 interviews, and it gave us a understanding that if an opportunity is given to talk, when you are asked, that's what I told you, when you are allowed to express the grievances, what happens? Because till that, a worker cannot talk back to the organization. That is the first time they were encouraged to come out, encouraged to say what they were feeling, encouraged to say the grievances they had about the organization. That was the first kind of study that was made. This one is a bank wiring observation room. This one was conducted, and the output was lower than what the company has determined because of fear of unemployment, fear of rising the standards, protection of slower workers, and satisfaction of the part of management. So these were the conclusion and results given to the study in the observation room. So when you change the norms, change the environment, it obviously affected the productivity. Any doubts till this? With this, we complete the topic of evolution of HRM. Any doubts in this? Are you able to understand? Anyone? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. It's understood. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, understood.
Thank you. Thank you for responding. Okay, we go to the next topic. This is about the functions of human resource department. What we do, right? As a HR department, if you are in the HR department, what you are supposed to do? The first one is human resource planning, right? As for any other management function, the first function we have is the planning. The second one is recruitment and selection. Then what we do? Induction, orientation, then training. Once you do this, you will be placing. That is called as placement of a person. I think that is the mantra of human resource, placing the right person, right place. Sorry, right time. That is the important thing in the human resource. Placement is very important. Then what do you do? Once he is placed, you have to take care of the compensation and benefits. When it comes to this, I will tell you another one important thing about the compensation. Compensation is nothing but salary. But why we call it as compensation, all this time it was called as wages, then it was salary, and now it is remuneration and compensation. What is compensation? When you sacrifice something, when you lose something, you will be compensated. Why you have to compensate when you are working for someone? That is because you are losing your, prime time of your life to the organization. So it cannot be, salary cannot be equalized to what you are giving to the organization. So that is why it is called as compensation. Now the respect for the employees and their contribution has gone high. So the organizations have started saying that you are being compensated, right? So the compensation and benefits are to be handled. Then once you are settled in the job, after some say 1 year or 6 months, your performance will be evaluated. This is done by the HR department. And this evaluation of performance is also now coined, the term has been coined as performance appraisal. Because evaluation is only to find out the wrong things of you, which you are not able to do. Evaluation is just saying what is right and what is wrong. But what the appraisal does, wherever you are lacking, what is the wrong thing you are not able to do, those areas you will be appraised. You will be given training for those areas so that you will be good in that. So that is the difference between the performance evaluation and performance appraisal. Nowadays, what we call performance appraisal, it's not evaluation, right? It is just not to find fault with you that you are coming late or not able to communicate properly. This is about finding why are you late and eliminating the reason and adjusting and making it flexible for you to come on time. Unable to understand the point, this is like nurturing the employees than punishing the employees. So that is the biggest difference that has come into the area of performance evaluation. And once the performance is measured, they are working for long time, they are going to get retired, you have to transfer the knowledge what they are having, right? Because one asset, if you think what the human possesses in an organization is a knowledge they have acquired for working in the organization. Say for example, I'm working here for 30 years. What happens to me? I know a lot of things which the organization have taught me over the years, right? If I get retired, I'm going with this precious knowledge. So what we should be do as an organization, we should be able to transfer this knowledge from the person to the younger generation. That is the knowledge management area where HR department has to do. Once knowledge management is also handled, then you have to handle industrial relations, then training and development of of the employees. Okay, so sorry. And then which one I have not included here, the last one is about the termination, retirement of the employees. So these are the important functions of HR department, right? You can see in the picture, there are all the other departments, finance, marketing, operations, technology, sales, all these departments. But all the departments has human beings working, people employed in those departments. So what happens? This department, HR department, becomes the fulcrum point of all these departments where they take charge of for supplying the human resource to these departments. So that is why it is like a middle point where you have to understand all the operations of the organization so that you can give them right people for placement, right? Okay. So when you said that, what a HR department should do, let us see what a HR manager should do. Because see, many of you may be specializing in HR. I don't know. This is second semester. So those who are studying HRM as specialization, obviously, you may have a career as a HR manager, right? If you are going to be a HR manager, what the society, what the organization expects from you, what you are supposed to do. First thing is communication, right? See, you have to be a good listener. That is communication. Communication is not talking. Communication's first step is listening, right? You have to have an effective communication. That means you have to be a good listener. You should be having an empathetical ear, right? See, after all, we are dealing with people in the organization. So what happens? People comes with a lot of problems, lot of grievance, lot of sharing. It is happiness. It's not about grievance only. Something happens. It is his son's birthday. An employee would like to come and give speech to the department. It's about sharing. So people are like that. So you should understand that people are tend to celebrate, tend to be sad, tend to fight. So if you have a effective communication skill, you can become a good HR manager because you will understand other people. So as I said, you should have empathy. It is without any compromise. A person who is not having empathy cannot be a good HR manager, right? So that becomes the foremost quality for any HR manager. And when you have empathy, obviously we would expect that a ethical practice should be there, because this position, HR manager, this is like a liaison between the employee group and the organization, management and the employees. So unless you are neutral and ethical, it is very easy for you to get shadowed by the organization or for the employees. The organization should not think that you are talking for the employees, and the employee should not think you are part of the management, right? It is like a perfect balance. When it will come, when you have ethical practice, when you are honest and you are doing the practice of ethics, then what happens? It will automatically fall in line. You will be in between, neutral. Next one, critical evaluation. You should be able to give and take. Business acumen, obviously, as I told you, to recruit a production person, a production manager, you should know about the production department also. Otherwise, you cannot take. So you should have a knowledge about all the business acumen. Then, obviously, if you have a lot of people under you, you should be able to channelize them, navigate them, drive them. So that is what we call as leadership, so that people will follow you. And you should know about the HR also, that is technicality, how HR works, how to recruit people, how the compensation is calculated, how the payroll should be done, how the attendance should be calculated, how the PF policies and how the ESI policies has to be done, how the safety in the workplace has to be done, how the insurance of the employees has to be taken care of. So these are all we call as technical expertise. You should know about the technicalities of the human resource department. And then cross-cultural awareness. This is the new era eligibility, because of the interchange of people working here and a lot of diversity in the workplace, it becomes very essential for the human resource manager to understand the cross-cultural, because the culture of every group is different. So if we are not sensitive about that, we may end up in hurting the other group. That is not allowed, or we cannot afford such thing to become a HR manager. So we have to be very sensibly approaching towards the cross-cultural awareness. See, for example, particular religion people may want to go on a particular day to go for prayer on particular time. You cannot stop them saying the rules doesn't allow, right? If they are having such belief, approach them with empathy. That is what we call about cross-cultural awareness. And the end one is relationship management. Obviously, to become a HR manager, you should know how the relationships work between employee and employee, employee and employer, employer and government, industries and industries. All these things fall under the relationship. Just to lighten the mood, as we are just seeing the theory continuously, I have given you some jokes. Let's go through that, okay? So see how some HR departments work. school of positive thinking. We never say that it is failure. We call it as deferred success. You are going to succeed after some time. So see what is the next one. I attended a liberal arts college. I graduated with a bachelor of unemployment degree. There is a degree because we know that unemployment is one problem. And you know what is the other side of the problem? There are vacancies, but employability is nil. Even though we have graduates, see by the degree, by the certificates, you can see that one person is eligible. But whether he is employable is questioned because they are not fit to be employed. What are the skills? What are the qualities that is needed to work? Is not present. That is the biggest flaw we have in our system of education in some cases, in some degrees. So that is what here it is meant. Now, if anyone has any questions, quietly raise your hand and place it over your mouth, just for fun, okay? Have any doubts? Till that, any doubts? Okay, I don't think you will ask doubts because this habit has long gone from us. You never ask questions. I don't know. That too in PG, nowhere it is in, even in regular classes. So I cannot expect in online classes. If anyone has any question, sensible question you ask about the subject, I'll be very happy. Okay, so let us go to the organized and unorganized sectors, right? So this is about the human resource, where we name them, where we tag them, okay? So what is this organized sector, you know? All of us are organized sector. Your name is in payroll, you have a pay slip, you have a benefit after your retirement, or you have some PF, you are in organized sector, okay? And what about the human resource in unorganized sector? Those who are working in construction industries, textile industries, anything, mining, then like you have housemates all over, then the service people who are cleaning up, all these falls under unorganized sector, where they don't have a tag, they don't have a payroll, they don't have a monitor over their jobs, right? That is called as unorganized sector, okay? As we are working, running out of time, if you have understood what is an unorganized sector, we will move on to the next one. See, the major difference is our job is secured. You have a fixed working hours, fixed salary, you have some social security. All these are absent in the unorganized sector, right? But you know, as per the International Labour Organization, 80% of Indian economy is in the informal sector. So we are only 6%. Can you believe it? So 80% of our productivity comes from those people who are not in the payroll. They don't have the muster roll at all. They don't have an offer letter. They don't have the security. But just because they don't have the identification, can we say that they are not human resource? No. Right? That's why I've given you this statistics to understand the magnanimity of that group, 80%. Okay. According to National Sample Survey, 63 million enterprises have no registration. The enterprise itself is not registered. Where is the muster roll? Where is the payroll? All of this goes unnoticed, right? So this is how human resource is divided into two. What we are going to study, the full subject, is about the 6% only. Okay, how to recruit them, how to terminate them. This is not about the unorganized sector, but we have to know as a HR people, we should know where this other chunk of human resource is and how they are treated. So in case you become a HR manager and if you are going to outsource or you are going to employ unorganized people, so that I would like you to understand the needs and have the empathy towards that. That is the reason why I stress on this particular topic. Okay, so this is about who are the informal sector. See, street vendors, self-employed, people working from home, craftsmen, carpenter, electrician, plumber, beauticians, all these people are unorganized. And in rural, they are landless agricultural laborers, marginal farmers, sharecroppers, weavers, blacksmith, carpenters, goldsmith. All of these people falls under the unorganized sector. Just I have given photographs of how they are working and where they are working, and what is the nature of the transportation, and who are the future unorganized sector. Can you see that? Because they are migrants, so what happens to the children they have? They don't go to school, and they become the next generation of unorganized sector. Okay, right. So this is a fact we have to see to accept. Right. So shall we start with the first function of the Human Resource Department, HR planning? Any doubts? No doubts?
No, madam.
Okay.
No, madam.
Okay.
No.
As I told you, I'd be happy if you are able to think through something and ask some doubts. It would be very nice, okay, in the class. So in the next class, at least I would expect that you go through the book once and come prepared for the class, so that you will have something to ask or something to converse. Otherwise, it becomes like me and the computer, okay, right? So we see the first function of Human Resource Department, which is called as Human Resource Planning, right? Sorry for that. Okay. As I told you, any function starts with planning, right? Without planning, as management people, we should not do anything without planning. I think you would have studied this in the first paper, Management Concepts and Organizational Behavior. I'll tell you one point. When I studied, some years ago, we studied that we should spend 30% of time for planning and 70% for implementation. But now what is the reality, Now they say that in actually this comes from the US military, where they use this planning very meticulously. 70% of time you can spend in planning, so that 30% is enough for implementation. That much importance has been have been given to the planning. So planning is the first and foremost thing you have to do in any of the jobs. So HR is also not about that. So planning is the first thing. So what HR planning means? You need human resource, right? What we should plan? We should plan how many people we need. Are you able to understand? Simple. How many people we need for this year? 1 year. Is it okay? Anything else you need to know? See, I got from other departments. They say that I need 2 salesperson, 2 production person. So I can take up that 4 people I need for this year. That's all. Anything else I should take in account?
Yeah, ma'am, budget. Budget is also one of the important thing, right?
Budget. Anything else?
The upcoming projects.
Okay. No, in the view of HR, if I am going to think about how many I need, I should also think about how many will go. Right? We call this as attrition. Okay, we call this as attrition rate. So if I have the attrition rate of 10%, so I should forecast that this many people will leave the organization this year. So I should be ready for that. This is called forecasting of the jobs, right? So this is the first step. You have to think about the HR requirements. How we can do that? Just you cannot go on acquire people, because this planning what I have to do should be on alignment with the organizational objective, right? As Priya has rightly presented, budgeting, there it comes. I cannot go beyond that just because we need people, right? What is the organizational objective? That should be taken into mind. That is where we have to think about the planning. And what we call it as requirement is inventory, right? Like whatever stock inventory we make, human resource also have inventory, right? We have auditing also, HR auditing. So what we do, human resource inventory will give you the supply, what is the demand, and how much you are forecasting the need and the attrition, right? Then you have to estimate the gaps, manpower gap, where you need to fill in, which you can adjust. These things you have to prepare. Once you know all these numbers, you can formulate the action plan, right? All these numbers will be taken. Scientifically, there are formulas how to calculate these things, and you will have an action plan of how to recruit these people, right? Once this is done, then you have to start using a plan for how to monitor this, because sometimes if you are not monitoring, it will be out of control. So like any other action plan, you have to have an action plan for monitoring that action plan, right? This is all about the HR planning. See, I've given you in smaller structures that how many things you have to keep in mind while you are planning the HR. You have to think about when the performance appraisal has to be done, how to recruit, how to compensation has to be planned, layoff, how many people have to be laid off, and what is the training that has to be given. So all these things will be taken care of in the human resource planning, right? So as planned, we have completed one unit on time. So we have 5 more minutes. Tomorrow we will see the unit 2. So now the floor is open for you. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. I would appreciate if there are any questions. No questions?
Ma'am, one question related to
Yes.
how many members are coming in and how many members are going out. How can
Yes.
HR can predict how many persons can go that particular year?
Yes.
Because that
Very good.
employees are related to different departments, right?
Yes. Very good. Good question. See, this is prediction. I told you it is only forecasting, right? So forecasting has a lot of techniques, scientific techniques like Delphi method, right? Calculations of forecasting given with the past status, statistical data from the past. So these techniques will be used to find, and even brainstorming is used for that. Say as you properly rightly noted, this is about other departments, right? So a brainstorming session with all the department heads before the planning will give me a rough assessment of how many people are going to lose, or how many people are going to retire, and how many people are going to quit from the job, right? So that is why I told you from the past data, attrition rate will be calculated, right? So every industry has an attrition rate, which is the highest attrition rate industry, software, right? So the attrition rate will be different for each industry. And do you know which country has the lowest attrition rate? Japan. People will not move from one place to another. So like this, you will come to know through the past records. And there are, as I told you, group discussions, Delphi techniques, brainstorming sessions. All these things are techniques to forecast this. These are called forecasting techniques, right? So these techniques we will see if time permits, or if you are interested, you can see to that. So through these techniques, they will come to arrive at a figure that this much we need. But as you have to understand another one thing also, like this is forecasting, assessment, predicament. Okay, so no one can be exactly right with the numbers we arrive at. So it is a continuous process, right? But up to some 90%, most of the time we will be able to manage the inventory properly. No problem. Right? Very good. Anything else? If you are HR specialization, Rajavel Kesavan, if you are having HR specialization, the specialized subjects are there in 3rd and 4th semester to understand these things, how these are done. So when we have special subjects, you will come to know more about these things, how the techniques can be used to predict, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, anything else? Okay. So with that, I think we can conclude the session today. See, you should understand that this is not a regular class, right? Because in regular, if this subject has to be taken, we take more than 30 to 40 hours of class, right? But this is like a facilitating session for you people. So we have hardly 8 hours. So you have to give your input. You have to come prepared for the class so that it will be easier for you to get the more from us. If you are conversation, you are asking more, we will be able to respond more instead of we just giving whatever we have. So see, I see this group, whoever comes to distance education, as a self-motivated group. No one is forcing you. You people are coming out of your own to study, to refine yourself, to elevate yourself, right? That much effort you are giving. Take another one step. You are ready to spend 1 day, 8 days for the classes. Spend little more time. Take one more step. So if you go through the papers, pages of the book and come to the class, you can absorb more, right? It won't be like the words will not sound new to you. So you can absorb more, you can listen more, and your contribution will be better for the classroom, right? That is my kind request. If possible, go through the book for tomorrow and come tomorrow also the same time we will be having the class. And sorry for today, I have a throat infection, so I myself know I'm not able to speak more, and we have continuous classes. So sorry for that. And tomorrow I hope I'll be better and we have more effective class tomorrow. Right? Okay. So shall we wind up the session now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Nirmala.
Ma'am, we received 2 sets of books, ma'am. White color one and blue color one. 2 sets of materials we received. I am not sure that every students have received 2 sets, but which will be the best for studying, ma'am?
I don't understand. What is 2 sets? One is study material you would have received, and the other one are textbooks. Okay, they are from Tata McGraw-Hill, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
They are actually reference textbooks. It is a practice DD is following for more than 10 12 years. It is like reference books for you. It is not exactly of our syllabus. That you can use even after the course. It is reference books we give. That is additional to your study materials, right? That would be very,
okay.
if you are able to study that. That would be very good. Study material will be actually very easy for you to learn, but that will give you more knowledge. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, can we know when
Thank
our
you,
first
ma'am.
results will be?
When the
First semester results will be
it's
announced.
going on, the process is going on. It was about to be released maybe this week, I think. Valuation is over. You might be having this week. This week or within 10 days, just to visit the website, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, one small doubt, ma'am.
Yes?
Ma'am, you said 2 sectors are there, informal sector and formal sector. One is 80%, other is 6%. Is
Okay.
there and the remaining percent, any other third sector is there?
Well, that will be like fluctuating, you will not be able to find out where they are. Actually,
Okay.
see, the data, what we get itself is not very intact, because this informal sector data itself is, what do you say, it's mostly polarized one, not exact data. As I told you, 63 million industries or entrepreneurships are not registered with us, right? In that case, think about how much they will reveal, how much people they are employing, right? So this is like what we are able to get a small amount and then polarize from that. So myself, if you ask, I'm highly doubt the exact numbers they give, but we have to rely upon the survey and the statistics they give. But one thing for sure we know, right? See, because just you think like that, you take up a small survey, you take up a marketplace, right? Or you take a particular area and just to look at some 50 people, you take it and look how many are working are under blue collar or white collar and how many are not, right? So easily we will come to know. Are you getting my point? You just take one street, one building, like that. So if you take 50 people, you will get shocked, how many people are working. Because almost now you can see all the people are working. There are no housewives nowadays. You can see that all the men and women are working, but how many of them are in organized sector is a big question that you can see. That is why I believe, even if I'm not relying upon, but I can understand that it is around that figure. That is right.
Okay. And businessmen also come into organized sector only?
Sorry, I didn't get you. What is that?
Businessmen and entrepreneurs,
Okay.
they also come under organized sector only.
If they are registered, they become organized sector. If they are not registered, they become unorganized sector.
Even though they are not employees, they'll be an
Yes. Self-employed also, if you are not registering, you become an unorganized sector, right? When you are registering with the government, you become answerable to the government. You are paying tax, right? So the government monitors your employees, how much you are earning and all those things. So what happens? Automatically, you have the employees in the muster role. That becomes to the organized sector. But when yourself, the entrepreneurship is not registered, so there is no monitoring. So whoever is working in that doesn't come under fair wages or proper labor laws, nothing. Okay, that is all. Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll meet tomorrow, right? Okay, bye.
Hello, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we can drop off, right? It's over.